Councillors, good morning. It is 9:06 and we will commence today's Planning Regulation Committee. It is round 867. Good morning to all our committee members and visiting councillors. Good morning to our EGM as always and all the council officers and support staff here today. Adam Morris, good morning to you. Rare occurrence to have you at committee. Councillors, we will kick straight into things. I'm not aware of any attendance or apologies. Is there any leave of absence requests for upcoming committees? Confirmation of the minutes. Seeker of the round previous. Question of the minutes, Councillor Martin.
Yeah, sorry, Chair. Might be pedantic. I didn't pick it up on council meeting, but I just had a query on perhaps a correction. When we took division, I think it's item 6.7, just the mayor's. One column wasn't in the absent in 6.7. I noticed in 6.8 it is, so just that would account for the full 9 votes. So 6.7 needs to be corrected.
Thank you, Jody. We appreciate that Councillor Martin reads the minutes for a start and then even picks that stuff up. Well done. Is there any other corrections from the previous round of minutes? I guess Councillor Martin, you happen to move those with that correction? Moved by Councillor Martin, a seconder. Councillor Gates, all those in favour. The minutes of the previous round are carried. Conflict of interest declarations. I'm not aware of any beforehand. Anything any councillor wishes to raise at this time? Very good. That takes us to the starred items. Items we'd like to unstar, councillors. Councillor Young.
Yeah, I'd like to unstar 6.3, please, and in fact, I'll seek to move a procedural motion on that.
6.3 unstarred. Councillor Wilkinson.
6.2, Chair.
6.2 unstarred. Councillor O'Neill. Councillor Martin.
6.5 and 6.8. Thanks, Chair.
I will unstar 6.6. That is the question that asked every round, Councillor Tozer. Why don't we start with everything being unstarred? Would be easier. So, councillors, that leaves 5.1, the forward planning schedule, and 6.7, the petition response to the OPW for tidal works at Saltwater Creek, starred. Moved Councillor Gates, seconded Councillor Young. All those in favour. The starred items are carried. Councillors, that takes us to our first major item of the day, and that is 6.1, the update on the compliance-led strategy for people experiencing homelessness. We welcome Luke and Matt into the chamber.
Good morning, Chair, Councillors. This presentation is to support item 6.1, which, as you're aware, is the update on the compliance-led strategy for people experiencing homelessness. It's really important to acknowledge that homelessness and illegal camping are complex issues. They have numerous drivers, require input and action from a multitude of government and non-government organisations. There is a significant level of difficulty in articulating the number of individuals that are rough sleeping on the Gold Coast. However, support sector data indicates that there has been an increase over the last few months, and this has been supported by observations directly from our operational teams. Importantly, there has also been an assessment that there appears to be a greater number of impediments to the successful provision of support services for individuals that are rough sleeping or homeless on the Gold Coast. In essence, we're seeing a greater number of individuals that are either ineligible for or are refusing services and support. This item has a fundamental focus on appropriate strategies and actions required to deal with breaches of both local and state legislation in the protection of the use and amenity of public spaces. Through the receipt of numerous complaints from members of the public, we are experiencing community sentiment that is largely pro-compliance and focused on wanting public spaces available for appropriate utilisation. As you're well aware, Council resolved in May 2025 to implement a compliance-led strategy for persons experiencing homelessness. This was adopted primarily to ensure the usability and amenity of public spaces, to address and increase the regulation of breaches of local law, provide relief to members of the public that are experiencing or complaining about inappropriate utilisation of public spaces, and also to increase the onus on individuals experiencing homelessness to accept offers of support and services. Prior to moving into the rest of the presentation, just a few very quick contextual points to add and just to think about as we move through this particular item. As you're aware, the City of Gold Coast has a non-discretionary responsibility for the management of public spaces. Importantly, the requirements and consideration of the Queensland Human Rights Act 2019 is absolutely at the forefront of the city's operational procedures, our officers' conduct and approach, and our overall strategies. We view working together with critical stakeholders as integral to both current and any future strategies, and is paramount in addressing the broader issues associated with illegal camping and homelessness. Through the presentation today, 4 key outcomes. We intend to provide an overview of responsibilities for homelessness and illegal camping, present an update on how the compliance-led strategy has worked and its efficacy, provide an overview of some key challenges and opportunities for improvement for that particular strategy, and then provide an update on illegal camping in vehicles.
Thank you, Luke. Through the chair. So, councillors, we just want to start just to reiterate the roles and responsibilities regarding homelessness on the Gold Coast. Starting with the city, our primary role is the management of public spaces, which includes cleaning public spaces, making sure they're accessible for members of the public and safe. A key to that role is also local law enforcement, so addressing any breaches of local law that occur in our public spaces based on requests from customers to make sure those areas are safe and accessible. Another key part in our role at the moment is we will collect, with the consent of an individual, their information to pass on to the Department of Housing and Public Works and Specialist Homelessness Services, so they can connect somebody up to a pathway if they choose to accept it. The Queensland Government, through the Department of Housing and Public Works, are the lead for homelessness in Queensland. They are responsible for social and affordable housing, temporary, emergency and long-term housing for people who are sleeping rough, as well as funding and providing specialist homelessness services to the community. We work closely with the HOME team, the Housing Outreach Mobile Engagement team, who have 6 staff that cover the Gold Coast, Logan and the Beachside area. This staff are on the Gold Coast 4 days a week and are working with us to connect into individuals who are experiencing homelessness, who are willing to take up support services and a pathway out of homelessness. Since August 2024, 127 individuals have been supported into temporary and long-term accommodation through that team. It's important to note, councillors, prior to August 2024, the level of service we got from the state government was a bit different. It was ad hoc through the Brisbane home team, so now they've increased their resource and to have that resource on the Gold Coast more frequently. And finally, the Queensland Police Service is a key partner that we work in, week out. They are responsible for managing any crime or antisocial behaviour that may occur in these scenarios. They also provide an important safety element to our officers where there are safety risks that may be presented to our team. We work with them every Wednesday on joint operations where they will come to us if they need support to address an issue and vice versa. The collaboration with these teams is quite strong at the moment. So our team meet with the Department of Housing and Uniting Care Queensland every Tuesday, and we'll discuss and talk through relevant cases that are occurring on the Gold Coast. Oftentimes they will pass on information where they've tried to connect someone up to services who are not accepting of those, where we can take compliance action. And we'll also provide them with information of any new people that we identify or people who are extremely vulnerable so they can get out there and offer them the right level of support. As Luke mentioned, in May last year, we adopted the compliance-led strategy. Key to this strategy is our officers do have discretion at every single case to undertake and understand the circumstances of that particular case, do a human rights assessment to determine what the next step may be. What we are finding out at the moment is 80 to 90% of the individuals that we're engaging with are repeat offenders who haven't accepted services or are complex cases, which means they have drug problems or mental health issues. We're seeing that more and more with our officers in the field each day. About 10 to 20% of the people we engage with would be the opposite of that, and we're connecting them up with housing as quickly as we can to try and get them onto a pathway to success. In terms of the data, unfortunately, the data before we started this compliance strategy was quite hard to obtain because it was caught in different systems and mechanisms. But since May 2025, you can see there's been a steady increase in the number of customer requests the city has received regarding homelessness in public spaces. So the teal lines there are the number of customer requests we received per month, and that black trend line there, you can see in May last year we had about 275 requests per month, which has now gone up to about 400 requests per month. Important to note, that does include duplicate requests from multiple customers about one campsite, so it's not a one-to-one relationship with a campsite. In terms of our ability to achieve compliance in a more timely fashion, the red line there shows how long it takes us to close out that customer request in the pathway system. After taking this on in May last year, we were able to establish processes and systems and build capability within the team. And also by engaging repeat offenders time and time again, we are seeing the ability to achieve compliance in a quicker manner. We're also starting to see less build-up of large campsites across the city as well, and that's due to time and effort from our team. More broadly, since the 1st of May last year, we've received nearly 3,500 customer requests for this particular compliance issue. This is our second highest customer request type that we receive within city laws, telling us that our community are seeing and feeling this in their public spaces quite frequently. 50% of these requests have come from 4 key areas: Southport, Labrador, Surfers Paradise and Broadbeach. And you can see there with the top 10 suburbs, we see a high prevalence of illegal camps and breaches of local law along the coastline. We believe this is because there are support services close by to support people for food and laundry services, but also there are amenities within our public spaces like barbecues, showers, toilets, etc. That's a short overview of how we're going from a compliance-led perspective. We have assessed and looked at our strategy, and we do have some improvements that we want to make collectively across the Gold Coast to help us improve how we manage this particular issue. The first thing we want to look at is our local law powers. So the key tools that we use at the moment from a local law perspective are verbal move-on directions, compliance notices, and then performance of works notices. And we'll work through a series of those steps to achieve compliance in a particular location. But what we want to do is just do our due diligence while we're doing this review and look at, do we have the relevant powers within our role as a local government to achieve compliance and the right tools for our officers? So we'll be engaging with other local governments to see what they're doing and just making sure that while we're doing this review, we have the right tools in place, but also the right definition for things like illegal camping and other provisions as well. This does not mean we're going to step into the police space at all, so we're not going to be taking on any of their responsibilities. They'll still be expected to manage and will manage crime and antisocial behaviour. Another particular opportunity we see is compliance resourcing. So we have 4 team members who patrol the whole city at the moment, and our service model is currently 100% reactive. We can't keep up with the current demand from our customers, and sometimes it can take us some time to get to a particular site due to the workload that our team are working through. Additional resourcing would enable more of a proactive approach where needed, and what this will look like we'll talk about in the next slide. Thirdly is our coordinated partnership approach. So like I mentioned, we have a strong relationship with the Department of Housing and Public Works, Uniting Care Queensland and Police, but there are opportunities to improve our relationship with other stakeholders through the Gold Coast Homelessness Network, Queensland Health and others, which is something we want to look at through this strategy. So, councillors, this brings us to our key recommendation proposed today, which is we'd like to move away from the compliance-led strategy to what we're calling a place-based management approach. First and foremost, this does not change our role as a local government in this space. So our role will still be managing public spaces and managing local law enforcement. But what this does do, and the key shift would be with additional resourcing, we can proactively start patrolling those key public spaces where we see a high volume of customer requests and start to engage people to start either compliance or connect them up with services at a faster pace. Hopefully they're reducing the amount of customer requests and some of the frustration from the community. This will also help keep our places cleaner and more available and accessible for members of the public. This would not be a blanket approach across the city, so what we would do is work with relevant councils to look at where we are seeing a high volume of customer requests, where there's high utilisation from the public and our visitors, and proactively patrol those key particular sites across the Gold Coast. Inherent in this as well is the commitment to continue to work with our partners to address the homelessness challenge across the Gold Coast, but also balance the needs from a compliance perspective and a support perspective as well. So in this model, when we are engaging with 80% of people who are repeat offenders who haven't accepted services, the city still wants the ability to continue to take compliance action as per the officer's discretion and the human rights considerations. But at the same time, we want to continue to work with more partners around when we can connect someone up who is vulnerable and needs support to the relevant services so they can get on a pathway to success. So we believe this approach balances both and can meet the needs of the community but also the support sector. Finally, councillors, the other issue that comes quite closely with homelessness compliance is illegal camping in vehicles. So since the 1st of January last year, we've received close to 3,000 complaints of people living in their vehicle. Again, we're seeing more and more people who are claiming to be experiencing homelessness living in their vehicles now. We're seeing less of the traditional travellers camping in their vehicles. We receive on average about 200 or so, 214 requests per month. We have 2 rangers who patrol the city from 4 p.m. to midnight each night. And they need to substantiate the offence of illegal camping, which is attempting to sleep or sleeping in a vehicle, which can sometimes be quite challenging if the person is not there or if we can't engage with that particular person. Something that other local governments currently do and we want to explore moving forward is the use of parking restrictions at key public areas or car parks to help us deter illegal camping from areas at a high visibility where we're receiving a lot of customer complaints. So what this may look like is a no parking sign or a no stopping sign at certain times at night, which may deter illegal campers from those highly visible public spaces and also give us another compliance lever to try and achieve compliance in these particular areas. Again, this would be completed on a case-by-case basis. It wouldn't work everywhere. It's another tool in our arsenal to support more illegal camping patrols, but it's something that we want to look at to continue to respond to the community as we do see a high volume of requests coming through.
Chair, councillors, this brings us to the recommendations for this particular item. One of the first recommendations is for you to consider endorsing a change to that place-based management approach. This enables us to continue that focus on compliance with local law, whilst also enabling a new nuanced approach to proactively focus on priority public spaces. Importantly, it also allows for the reintegration with homelessness service system, in particular for cases where individuals want that service support. We'd like to recommend that you note the continued value partnerships with Queensland Police Service, Department of Housing and Public Works, as well as other specialist homelessness services. And importantly, that we note the continued effort of the Gold Coast Homelessness Network and that you support the reinstatement of the city's role as collaborator. This particular resolution, if supported, would flag that Council views it as important to have an active role in the network and believes that this can be achieved regardless of the strategy that Council adopts. Also, the Council notes the local law framework review and the opportunity it presents to consider future local law enhancements. As Matt mentioned, we think there's opportunities to look at that both from a holistic powers perspective, but also specific to some of the offence provisions specific to compliance. And finally, that you endorse a review of the use of parking restrictions at priority public spaces to mitigate illegal camping.
Luke, Matt, thank you. Questions from councillors? Start with Councillor Tozer, then go to Councillor Young.
So I think I'm just trying to get my head a little bit around this idea of place-based management. It occurs to me, based on how you've put it across, that there'll be certain locations that we're calling kind of high priority parks, and even though you didn't say it, it occurs to me that consequentially there will be low priority parks that might be a place where people do go. Help me understand how we're going to manage that.
Through the chair. So correct, high priority parks will be based on customer requests and where we're seeing more of these camps continually establish themselves time and time again. And we have noticed there are key parks, especially along our coastline, that are continual after achieving compliance. Can I just get you
to pause there? When you say, when we see these camps, what does that mean?
Sorry, an illegal camp. So that would be a tent.
Just one, or is there
multiple?
Groups of
It can be both.
Collaborating together?
It's through the chair. It can be an individual or it can be groups collaborating together. It can be either, depending on the scenario. What this strategy also, so while we want to proactively address those sites due to our customer complaints, we will continue the current model, which we will be responding to customer requests at all locations across the city and continue our current process to achieve compliance there.
And so, I probably made some maybe silly assumptions that the compliance approach that we were employing was when we get complaints, we send people out and issue compliance notices. And I'm trying to wrestle with how this place-based thing is going to be different. And, how is the different, at the moment we're getting queries in, people are making complaints, we're going out there and, engaging with people. It appears we're making a determination as to whether someone's legitimately homeless or whether they're just creating an antisocial challenge. Am I reading that correctly, or...?
Through the chair. So each situation is independently assessed for that breach.
They're all unique, aren't they? Yeah.
Yes, they're all unique, and it's really around the breach of the local law.
Right.
So they're assessing the elements of the offence specific to whether it's illegally occupying the park or whether it's collating a lot of materials in the park. That's what's actually being addressed, as opposed to assessing, their level of rough sleeping or homelessness.
Yeah, and I think I'm asking these questions because I've read with interest the human rights piece in Moreton Bay, and I'm trying to work out how this new approach will interface with that, what appears to be a legal precedent, and recognising that it's not unlawful to be homeless. How would you say this new model is going to have regard for that legal precedent that was set in another very nearby local government area?
Through the chair, so the current model and continuing on to this model already for all of our compliance steps integrates a human rights check into all elements of compliance. So that would mean on a day-to-day basis, our officers, when they're engaged in someone, will complete a human rights checklist to assess what human rights are limited at that particular location based on that particular scenario, and then what our action is to not limit those human rights any further. So that'll continue into this new place-based approach. I guess the key change for this is by having more of a proactive approach in these highly visible public spaces, we can resolve some of the customer complaints that are coming in time and time again.
In advance of them coming in, because we've got like a scheduled routine of these are the parks that we have determined are high priority parks, and we're going to proactively schedule visits as opposed to react to complaints. And is that the primary change?
Correct, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, so no dramas there. You touched in your presentation about, in the endorsements, which is right at the end there, you talked about becoming a collaborator with the Gold Coast Homelessness Network, and in your remarks you talked about Maria Liebeck and the team from, I can't remember what their organisation, Gold Coast Homelessness. It is the network, yeah. I wasn't sure if she was part of a separate organisation as well, but have we run this proposal by them, and what was their response?
Through the chair, we have attempted a lot of communication with the Gold Coast Homeless Network and really, really acknowledge their importance with addressing the broader issues of homelessness. Again, though, I think it's important that we acknowledge that for this particular item, the timeframes associated with that was not ideal, so they didn't get a huge amount of time to comment. I think, and again, I feel like I'm talking on behalf of another organisation, but I think there was a level of concern around the continued focus on compliance, and I think their point of view is that they'd probably like to see a move to a more welfare-based approach.
Yeah,
but I'm paraphrasing on behalf of another organisation.
No, I get that, and the kind of welfare-based approach that they appear most inclined to support is similar to the public space liaison officer model. That they've expressed support for that in the past. Is that right?
Through the chair, that's correct. So I guess there's a number of different ways you could operationalise a welfare-based approach, but essentially, yes. Yeah,
and so what's being proposed today is effectively an increase in resources for still a compliance place-based model. I recall that you mentioned that there would be some extra resources required for this proactive approach, but they're not going to be public space liaison officers. They're going to remain local law officers.
Through the chair, that's correct. The intent would be that it continued to be compliance focused, noting that that is the primary role for local government.
Yeah, it occurs to me that that there's a team of local law officers who are experienced through necessity with dealing with this particular local law issue. Am I right in saying that? Could you talk about some of the unique training that those local law officers get?
Through the chair, in terms of training, when we first looked at the compliance-led strategy in 2025, that's when the City Inspectorate first got this responsibility.
Yes.
So there was a need to really conduct a detailed training needs analysis for what these individuals, in terms of their skill sets, are going to need to actually do that particular role.
And when you mean these individuals, you mean the council officers?
Correct.
Yep.
The City Laws officers that are currently fulfilling that role. So through a combination of external and internally delivered training, we feel that we've focused on the human rights component and then applying compliance in the context of homelessness and illegal camping.
How many local law officers do we have in our entirety?
Through the chair, in our entirety, off the top of my head, about 25.
So there's 25 local law officers, and how many of those local law officers have had this kind of unique training that deals with this specific local law issue?
Through the chair, so in terms of the homelessness specific focus, we're looking at 5 City Laws officers at this present time, but there's some overlap with additional training. So as you can appreciate, occupational violence and aggression is an issue that's important across all of the compliance functions that we have in the city. So that training's rolled out to the entire lot. So there's a few overlaps, but essentially, to answer your question, the 5 have received the focus specialist training.
Yeah, and so I think I'm just trying to get from a kind of a governance point of view. You've got this 25-person team that manages local law issues across. They can do kind of anything related to local laws, and then there's 5 of them at least, sometimes more, sometimes less, that have got crossover training. But there's 5 of them that are effectively dedicated for this purpose. And the main difference between this model and the previous model is that those officers aren't social workers, but they've received some additional training that helps them with the unique circumstances around homelessness.
Through the chair, I think that's an accurate reflection of the current situation. Whilst I probably do need to highlight, though, that whilst not social workers, certainly doesn't mean they're not taking an empathetic view or approach.
Yeah, and then meeting their obligations under the human rights legislation, which we're obliged to. I think that's all my questions for now. I'm going to keep wrestling with it.
Councillor Young's next.
Yes, I had a similar question to Councillor Tozer in regard to the priority parks. I just didn't want there to be parks missed out because they're not on a list, and you presented 2 slides that showed the parks where we've had the most reports, and I didn't want those particular activities restricted to those parks, so I understand it's not the case. But I'll turn now to an email that we've each received from Maria at the Gold Coast Homelessness Network. Have you seen this at all? Do you know? It was just received. It was sent by her on Sunday evening. It's very critical of the paper and the fact that they were not included in or involved in the preparation of it. It asserts that council's behaving really badly and that therefore we've been suspended from the network, that we are really out of touch. And I appreciate that there's very different perspectives from her point of view and ours. I don't think Maria would last long engaging with communities that I'm dealing with who are seeing their public parks being taken over by unlawful campers and the activities that go along with that, in many cases illegal drug use and so forth. Can you give a commitment before council to try to engage with Ms. Liebeck? I'll provide this email to you today. I'm sorry, I haven't before. And you can perhaps try to address some of those things in discussion with her and see if because I think some of the points she's making are quite valid in the sense that we, as I said earlier, they have a different perspective and it's very about the humanist
Councillor Young, are we
quality of life.
drawing
There
around
is a question.
here?
Can you please attend to that and provide some feedback to council at the meeting?
Through the chair, yes, we can definitely commit to that. As I touched on very briefly, we've prioritised communicating with the Gold Coast Homelessness Network. Again, we acknowledge that in this particular regard, perhaps there's a difference of opinion in terms of the recommended approach, but I think the resolution is deliberately there to flag and to provide council the opportunity to consider continuing to commit to communicating, working together to get the best outcome. So absolutely happy to commit to that, councillor.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. Sorry for the long-winded.
It's okay. We got around to it. I think everyone did receive that correspondence. And I'm aware of the interactions that have gone on between Luke and the team and co. So we might talk about that offline, Luke, and how we create a response that can go out to all councillors. That, well, I'm sure we'll get through to Maria. I had Councillor Wilkinson next, then Councillor Gates, Councillor Curtis, and Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just go back through you, Chair, and just look at those previous resolutions. And I think Councillor Tozer and Councillor Young have touched on a fair few things that I wanted to just note. But additionally, just in the previous resolution, I guess, and I don't know if you really want to elaborate on it, but it's part of today's recommendation. The relationship that we obviously have with the Homelessness Network, again, it's popped up in conversation today already. Do you want to just describe kind of from that previous recommendation where we were and to what the collaboration would look like, what that would actually achieve for us?
Through the chair. So prior to endorsing the compliance-led strategy, the city sat on the rough sleeper working group. So this is an operational meeting where every week all the agencies across the city get together and they discuss particular cases, particular approaches to support people into relevant services or a housing pathway. After that, our strategy was implemented, then we were taken away from the collaborator status. So we're no longer part of those operational rough sleeper working group meetings. We think it's important we have good data and good intelligence we can provide to that network and all of the stakeholders, Queensland Health, etc., through that network to support everyone for this particular challenge. And we still engage every week with Department of Housing and Uniting Care Queensland, like I mentioned, and we have a really positive relationship there where we will talk about cases and talk about what's the right response for a particular individual. So we want to extend that out to the broader network because we believe we can support while maintaining the balance between compliance and welfare.
That was point 6, I guess, of the previous resolution. The number 7, I think you've already touched on as far as the appropriate training. To me, just from that previous recommendation, do you feel like we've adequately addressed that? I believe more or less answered that one, but I'll just ask you again.
Through the chair, I think you can have a high level of confidence that our officers have the required training and skill set for this particular role.
Yep. Just in relation, we hear the words PSLO thrown around and something as well is the home team. Can you just give me a bit more of an understanding of how the home team operates? Because I'm trying to actually understand, and I feel like I have a reasonably good grasp of this. I've been dealing with this issue now since pretty much coming into office. However, as far as the operations of home, they more or less, as we work with them numerous times each week, they're the ones that we're engaging to assist those who are facing those vulnerable circumstances of people experiencing homelessness and really engaging with them to connect to those housing pathways and alternative housing services. Is that a fair assumption or a fair summarisation of their operations?
Through the chair, yeah, that's a fair summarisation.
Yeah. So in my mind, I'm just seeing we are working collectively with those authorities that are the determined groups, I guess, to try and assist those facing homelessness within our community whilst meeting our legislative obligations is what I'm trying to make sure. And from what I can see of the recommendation being put forward today, we're talking about proactiveness, which I can only see as an enhancement of the existing service that we're already offering. Is that also a fair summarisation?
Through the chair, yes.
Okay. I think that I'll leave my questions for now, Chair, and I've also got a point 6, which might add to your recommendation today, or whoever is the mover of the recommendation.
Happy to come back and look at that once we get through some more questions. Councillor Gates, you are next.
Thanks very much, Chair. I understand there are different procedures regarding moving people on that are perhaps illegal campers or homeless. So how do the officers determine whether it is simply an illegal camper or someone who is definitely homeless?
Through the chair, our officers are quite experienced, especially our rangers at night, of engaging people living in vehicles. So they, through their experience, quite clearly can identify those who are travelling, just based on their setup and their scenario. So that what will happen in that scenario is they will issue them a warning and educate them of the illegal camp in local law, and we keep a register of all traditional illegal campers on that on our register there. And then if we find them a second time across the Gold Coast, they will get fined an $834 PIN. That team also will be able to, through their experience, identify those who are vulnerable and who are homeless, generally through conversation with that person. That's when we'll start that process with a homeless person, but also try and connect them in with services to look at what we can do. And if they're not achieving compliance through that, we'll work through the compliance process like we would anyone rush sleeping in a tent.
Thank you. And can you tell me, is there any time limit on someone who is identified as homeless, in which there comes a time when they simply have to move on?
Through the chair, no, there's no specific time limit. So it's really important for every single case we manage that on its individual merits, and we assess the human rights of that specific case. So for some individuals, it can take quite some time to work with them to make sure we're not limiting their human rights and they are able to comply with the local law. So we don't set specific time frames because we need to ensure our authorised officers have discretion to manage it in a case-by-case manner.
So through the chair, just one more. Where someone is or claims to be homeless and is illegally camping, and after months of negotiation they move on, and then they come back a week later, does it start all over again?
Through the chair, yes. So the compliance process would start again. When we're taking enforcement action under the local law, we are rectifying the local law at that location. So that's sleeping at a particular public space or stacking and storing your items at a public space. Once you've stopped sleeping or storing your items, you've complied with the local law from the city's perspective. If they move to another location, then we must start the process again.
Or if they come back to the same location after just a couple of days' absence?
Through the chair, if they come back to the same location, I believe we may be able to continue compliance action under the existing notice, but our officer would have to assess that and make sure that the breach is the same and the conditions are the same.
Okay, so I've had a situation in Division 3 where that has occurred. So I'm glad to hear that there will still be proactive compliance and consultation undertaken in other areas, even if it's not a high-profile location. It's still of concern to local residents when that situation arises. Thank you.
Do you have something to add, Luke?
Through the chair, I was just going to add that is absolutely an intent. So despite the recommendation to change the strategy, and whilst there will be, the intent is to have a proactive focus on those priority public areas, there is still that reactive and obligation to respond to complaints as well. So that will absolutely intended to be occurring.
Councillor Curtis, your question was next.
Thank you, Chair. Officers, one of the questions that's been raised through my office by some members of the public is a question of why the city doesn't have dedicated spaces for dealing with this issue, like an intended space. I wondered if you wouldn't mind putting on the public record the risks to the city in doing that, the challenges, the safety concerns, as well as the distinct responsibilities between council and the state in that regard.
Through the chair, so we did look at a range of options through this, which does include having particular public spaces where people could go and camp. The particular challenge there that has been seen in other areas is it does lead to higher rates of potentially gender-based violence and crime and antisocial behaviour if people are moved into the same location. So for that particular reason, that's why we haven't recommended that option at the moment.
Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Chair. And can I first say thank you to your team, to Matt and Luke. You're doing a fantastic job under difficult circumstances, and your follow-ups in the problems that we're having in the southern area has been really commendable. And I'm glad to hear that we're going to hopefully get some more personnel to help. I just want to ask about state-controlled land. I know that with my discussions from the Queensland Police Service in Coolangatta, state-owned land, actually DTMR-owned land, there is a growing number of homelessness in that area where TMR have said just they're not sending any officers to go with QPS. So QPS don't have anyone to give them any sort of notices. I know that we've been talking to QPS. Have we come to any conclusions as to what we can do about that?
Through the chair, yeah, very relevant, very timely. So just so people are aware, we don't have any local law powers on state-controlled land unless an agreement has been signed between the Chief Executive Officer of the city and DTMR. We're actually in conversations, and we're going to be bringing a committee item, a paper back to the next committee regarding us taking on powers for illegal camping and homelessness compliance on state-controlled land to support that particular challenge. That would be with a relevant resource commitment from TMR associated with that. So we'll be bringing that back to the May committee where we could talk through that a little bit further.
Just another question too, thanks, Chair. With the place-based process, do you think that will actually speed up the compliance process? Because at the moment, there is a time frame involved, and especially when we're talking about high-profile areas where there are some, I'd say, real dangerous issues. We had someone lighting fires under a heritage listed building and things like that, and it took weeks for that process to go on. Do you think that having someone go to those prevalent areas now will help speed up that process?
Through the chair, yes. That's the intent of having the proactive patrols. We will be able to identify any breaches earlier and commence a compliance process for those repeat offenders, and as long as the human rights considerations are considered. The other component to add there is if we do come across new vulnerable people, we'll be able to identify that quickly and get that to the relevant support services to help them. So there's a benefit both ways by proactively patrolling those key spaces.
Just one more question, thanks, Matt. People sleeping in doorways of premises. And I have a business in Coolangatta just recently wrote to me and said, look, we're having this huge problem. We pay outside dining licences, and we're having a problem with people sleeping in our doorways. But if their doorway belongs to them, it's a QPS matter. Is that correct? Just to clarify that.
Through the chair, yes, it's likely that would be private land and not a public space. It wouldn't be within the road reserve, so that would be a trespassing matter for the Queensland Police Service to manage, if it is that scenario.
Thank you.
Councillor Martin and Councillor Wilkinson.
Thanks, Chair. Just interested in, obviously, the range of homelessness that we get, when officers are engaging with those that, for all sorts of reasons, might be escaping domestic violence, trying to get and willfully engage with services, I've got a lot of compassion there. But there's also in the range of homelessness those that have refused services, and I think you talked about opportunities about those that are either not fit for or are refusing services. How does this plan tackle those issues that range differently?
Through the chair, the plan in itself doesn't tackle additional pathways for those particular challenges. That would be a state government responsibility to look at how to have the relevant support services around those individuals to help them with their complex needs to get into a pathway to housing. So in terms of our approach, we would be continuing public space management and compliance. And also important to note, even if it's a repeat offender, every single time our officers engage, we re-offer the opportunity to pass their information on to support services every single time, whether it's the third or fourth interaction. We want to keep getting that message out there so when the time's right, they can take up that services. We recently had a good example when we met with the Department of Housing and Public Works of 2 long-term homeless on the Gold Coast who we've been managing under a compliance model for a while. They've very recently taken up support services and housing and been housed. So that's why we want to continue to offer that with every interaction.
Through the chair, in addition to that, and potentially to address your question, Councillor, each situation is independently assessed, but that's assessed against the full range of compliance tools that we have, from a compliance notice, performance of works, penalty infringement if it was deemed appropriate for that particular situation. So in terms of considering the actual situation, if there's some sort of associated damage to the public space, if there's associated other issues, then that is assessed by officers and they select the appropriate tool depending on that situation.
Thank you. I suppose without talking about particular people, certainly, in Burleigh Heads we've had instances over the last couple of years, certainly even before my time, of individuals that are few but antisocial issues that have permanently occupied parks, moved around within the locality, but between a car park or a park, that we obviously haven't issued a PIN, but are refusing services. So I'm just wondering, with this new plan, how will that assist that, or it's those few cases where there's real issues with antisocial behaviour. We get a lot of community concerns with it, not taking anything away from genuine homelessness, but those really antisocial issues, which I understand the police have not really engaged because they are not the, prosecutable offences. How this new plan will tackle that, because those high-profile cases are the ones that the community can't sort of reconcile with, given they get a parking infringement, outside their house, but then we will have someone that is not accepting services and occupying that site for 2 years.
Through the chair, it would be like how we've discussed this plan to be for all cases. So again, by being proactive in these spaces, if they are in those spaces, we'll continue to be able to take compliance action for local law breaches in a faster rate, especially for these repeat offenders who we're managing time and time again. We'll continue our partnership with police. We'll continue working with them every Wednesday on any antisocial and crime issues, and continue to pass that information on to them so they can address that under their powers.
Yeah.
Would you mind, Matt, could we possibly, in a much more practical sense, would it be that, because I think the area Councillor Martin's talking about is definitely one of the identified high priority areas. So in this circumstance, if we move that person on and they pop back up at the other end of the park 500 metres away 2 weeks later, we've got to start the whole process again, and it'll be based on a complaint from the public under this approach, because we've got the proactive part, we'd been out there beforehand, so possibly before they even set up again, we would have been there on them straight away. That's more the practical change that would come with this, that we would be ahead of it, instead of them re-establishing, us getting a complaint from the council or the public and then us sending out a local law officer that might be a day or 2 or 3 days in the cycle already. We would be ahead of it, is the practical change.
That's correct, Chair. And I think the other aspect is that recommendation around that local law review. So looking for any opportunities where we can look at that specific circumstance or that specific situation that Councillor Martin is mentioning, and is there the ability to have an additional tool that could look at that particular circumstance?
Which I fully acknowledge Councillor Martin isn't addressing if that person's antisocial in a different location, but it is the practical change that before we let them possibly have a day or 2 days or a week to re-establish and then have to go through the whole process again, can we possibly be there the same day and maybe get them to move on again before they re-establish a camp? Sorry, I've cut you off there, but your next question?
No, thank you. Yeah, and I certainly acknowledge the proactive place-based, I think, would be, at least we are getting there more regularly. My last question, just around service delivery risk and the funding and the resourcing. Noted in the report, so the current resourcing is only until June 30. Is that they weren't full-time permanent, or it was a contract? And so just making sure that why is the resourcing ending this financial year? Was that a decision of a contract?
Through the chair, in terms of the resourcing, they're currently fixed-term positions, so temporary positions. There is the ability to consider that within the budget process, and that's obviously for council to consider. The reason for that was primarily, I think, due to the rapid nature of the strategy change and standing up the team with the need to review the efficacy of that and whether it was the right way to operationally implement that.
Okay, thank you.
Luke, we've edged into the budget part a little bit. I was going to make the request that if you could prepare a confidential memo to go to all councillors on what the budget submission to achieve this is, just so in amongst the 1,000 pages of documents in budget that we all get, we can be very clear of what the budget request is to make this happen and where to find it in the OPEX book and what the request was, just so we can make sure that if we want to interrogate that at special budget meetings, we know exactly where to go to.
Can do, Chair.
I've lost myself there. I was at Councillor Martin, were you done for now? Councillor Wilkinson and Councillor Gates, and then Councillor Tozer.
Thanks, Chair. It was remiss of me not to say thanks to both yourself and Luke, Matt, for the work that you and your teams do. You do a phenomenal job, and I've been, as I said before, this has been one of the biggest challenges that I've had to face in parts of my community that I serve, and the work you and your team have done are phenomenal in actually engaging with people, and I guess building on the relationships that you've touched on somewhat today, and I'm coming back to the Department of Housing side of things. In the report, it outlines some of that relationship and how many staff they have. Do you feel that at this point in time, it would be worth the city advocating to the Department of Housing to request any further resources from them in that respect? Again, I could say if we had an endless bucket of money, sure, like absolutely. But as far as the functionalities of what you're seeing on the day-to-day basis and what your teams are operating with, do you find that there's a level of competitiveness, I guess, in that relationship at the moment? Or is it worth us as a city advocating further?
Through the chair, at the moment, I think we enjoy a really tight operational relationship with that particular team, and because of that, I think we operate really well both together, but then also independently when it's required. In terms of resourcing, I think that's meeting our current strategy, so it complements what we're currently doing, but there may be a need for state to review that if we change strategy and if that's supported. But I think also in line with we know that this issue is growing, so that might also need to be a consideration.
Yeah. Thanks for that. And then I guess the last one that I've got for the moment, and hopefully for the end of this, just in relation with a lot of the engagement that I have with the community, one piece of feedback that I constantly get is that when people do report to the city, they don't tend to hear from us afterwards. They get the thank you or the acknowledgement email in some instances. As part of our moving forward in the process of communications, is that something that we can look to improve, or have we sought improvements already, or what direction are we on for that as well?
Through the chair, Councillor, that's certainly something that we acknowledge is not ideal customer service. So I think when you put in an inquiry or a complaint of any type when it comes to compliance, you deserve a reply, acknowledgement, and then status updates within a reasonable time frame. So it is certainly something that we plan on addressing specific to this issue.
Chair, with your indulgence, do you want me to just give my number 6 to potentially the Chamber support? And
if you can provide number 6 to the Chamber support, and we'll get it up on the screen. We'll get through the last few questions. Councillor Gates, if you wouldn't mind quickly just picking up on Councillor Wilkinson's point about Department of Housing. It's very similar to a conversation I had with Minister O'Connor last week, just about how that relationship was going, and he shared the same. He was getting positive feedback from his team that was going really well. I just wonder if there might be some benefit, Luke, as a separate action that possibly myself and Councillor Wilkinson, maybe Councillor Fowler with the Mayor's Safer Suburbs Forum, if we met with the Minister, had you and Matt there and a couple of people from the housing team, maybe once every 6 months we could just do that, so that from a political lens from State and Council at the same time, we're hearing from you and housing that resourcing's working or the collaboration's working.
Chair, I think that'd really support this particular approach. That'd be great.
Cool. We'll do that as a separate action. Councillor Gates, your question?
Yeah, I just wanted to raise in regard to Councillor Martin's issue with the long-term parking. I know it's a long time ago, but when I first joined council, there was a
How long ago was that?
A long time ago.
Long time ago.
There was a citywide limit, and there was signage at the entry to the city from the north and the south and the west with a timed parking limit. And I recall that it was removed by the state government, and I think at the time it was a 2-hour limit. But I wondered if there's any possibility of negotiating again that possibility, maybe even if it's 4 hours. But I don't know why it was removed. I wondered if you had an awareness that, first of all, that it existed. You were probably still in school. Or the reason for it being removed. Because that stops the proliferation of signage right across the city, except where absolutely necessary, and would resolve the problem with long-term parking where we don't necessarily want to see it.
Are you in a position where they answer that one, Luke, or do you need to take it on notice and be able to consult with the traffic team on the history of all that?
Yeah, through the chair, if you could take it on notice, I can provide a more comprehensive response.
I know I've heard the response before, I think from someone in traffic branch, but even I'm not sure of the full details of when and if and why it was removed, and maybe we might get a wholesome response and send it out to everyone, Councillor Gates, just so Luke doesn't
Thanks, Chair,
put
that's
something
great.
out there that's wrong.
Thank you.
It was Councillor Tozer next.
So my question, so just there's a spelling error on number 6 where it says place space, not placed space. Just a missing D. Sorry, that's Councillor Gates' job. Sorry about that. She does the spelling.
I haven't read it yet.
Number 3 talks about this continued effort and supports the reinstatement of the city's role as a collaborator. Collaborator's got a capital C, which occurs to me means there's like different levels of homelessness network engagement. 2 questions. Firstly, whilst we can support the reinstatement, who makes the decision about what category we're in, and what are the other categories, and how would you characterise them?
Through the chair, so I guess the decision point for the status of the city in the Gold Coast Homelessness Network is up to the Gold Coast Homelessness Network, so the intent.
So they decide, they may choose us not to be a collaborator, but we're effectively just saying we'd like to be a collaborator. Am I reading that correctly?
Yeah, that's what the intent of the recommendation is, to provide that.
What are the other categories?
Can you recall?
Through the chair, the 2 key ones I have in front of me here is partner. So partners agree to participate in the governance, the Gold Coast Zero campaign, and attend key strategic meetings, which I believe occurs through another area of council. It doesn't come through the city inspectorate at the moment.
Right.
The other one is the other one there is collaborator, and they agree to participate in the operational activities. So this is where we can provide up-to-date relevant data from our team week in, week out to the Rough Sleeper Working Group to support them with their data collection, but also the response across the city as well. That's why we're advocating to work with that group and making sure we're balancing their welfare-led approach versus our compliance approach as well. There is a third status there, but I don't have that on me, so I'm happy to share that after the committee if needed.
Yeah, that's great. And so it'll be the Gold Coast Homelessness Network's decision to incorporate us as a collaborator, and we're effectively resolving today, well, the committee is recommended to council to resolve today that we call ourselves a collaborator. By what mechanism will council laws be informed about how that process works? Like, when is that going to happen? What's the timeline with that?
Through the chair, if that particular resolution's supported by committee and council, then we would be looking to continue to engage with the Gold Coast Homelessness Network, and any change in status would then be formally provided to committee and council.
Okay. And is there any impact to our place-based management approach if they choose not to incorporate us as collaborator? Because it occurs to me that there's been some public dialogue about this idea, and they might not want us involved because they don't like the way we want to engage.
Through the chair, I think that is a correct characterisation. In terms of the impact on our strategy, noting that we're focused on compliance, I guess operationally it'll have limited impact, yes. But again, we recognise in terms of trying to address homelessness more broadly, we still see it as fairly important.
Okay, cool. My second lot of questions that relates to number 5, which talks about endorses a review of the use of parking restrictions at priority public places to mitigate illegal camping. It occurs to me that the foreshore, the coastal parks, which is where we're having the biggest issue, are also a location where lots of locals park overnight. because some of the buildings maybe don't have enough car parks, lots of rentals mean that. Help me understand how we're going to manage that.
Through the chair, you're correct. There are other uses for these parking spaces, whether it's recreationally for fishing in some locations or like you just mentioned there. So this is where we want to assess and look at our data around where we're seeing a high volume of illegal campers, and then work through the local council and council law and the community to look at, well, what is the right restriction if there is one there. If there is no parking restriction that we can put in place due to those impacts, we'll continue with our illegal camping patrols and continue to try and regulate that.
Yeah, so effectively the review involves a report coming back to committee, or does it involve an engagement with the divisional councillor? Because what I'd hate to think is that the review involves us changing a bunch of parking to stop legal camping, and then that councillor gets 50 complaints from, renters who are displaced because of the parking restrictions. Because we've done parking restriction changes before and it hasn't been the funnest thing.
Through the chair, the intent was to work with each divisional councillor on specific remedies for their area.
Okay. Yeah, I can't vote on it anyway. It occurs to me that the way it's currently worded, that overnight parking for residents is actually going to be, for every coastal county, like in Mudgeeraba it's not going to matter, but in coastal divisions it's going to matter a lot. So
I think we understand the concern, and we've got the undertaking officers. It's a report to come back. It's just to endorse the review.
I can alter the recommendation if you want.
There's no need. We've got it here on video. I trust Luke. If he says it's coming back as a report, it's coming back as a report. Question, Councillor Martin.
Thanks, Chair. Just with point 5 of the resolution, talks about parking restrictions to mitigate illegal camping. I just really want to define. Illegal camping includes those that are people experiencing homeless and those that are travelling recreationally. Is that correct? Because I just want to make sure that we're reviewing, we get both issues, and this will look at both.
Through the chair, yeah, correct. Illegal camping is attempting to sleep or sleeping in your vehicle, is the definition under the local law. So that's both, like you just mentioned.
Thank you. And so just for clarity, those that are experiencing homelessness, the offence of sleeping in a vehicle, illegal camping, still applies. It's how it's dealt with under human rights is different, but the offence is still there, whether homeless or recreational, of illegal camping.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councillors, any further questions on the recommendation before I seek a mover? In that case, I'm happy to move the item and would seek a seconder. Councillor Young, thank you. I'll just noting time, so I'll keep an opening fairly short, but it's been very interesting over the last hour hearing the questions and the back and forwards between different councillors and officers on this issue, and it's a really clear demonstration of the complexity around this and how it affects different councillors and different communities in different ways. It also demonstrates through some of the questions the understanding councillors have of the different impacts this issue has in their community, that there's a great respect and empathy for the fact that we are talking about people who are going through very rough circumstances and very complex circumstances, balanced with the challenge of other members in our community raising concerns about why there's people in the park and why they're allowed to stay in a car park for so long and how come they've just shifted down the park and are still there again. It does demonstrate the world that we are navigating, that there are many in our community who would have council take a much stronger welfare approach. There are just as equally as many in our community would have us take a much harder compliance approach, and we need to work in that world of trying to find a balance in between of meeting the reasonable expectations of ratepayers to enforce local laws that are in place and we must enforce, versus the also very reasonable expectation of ratepayers that we try and work with people where we can to help them. Can I call out, and several of you have, so the ongoing dialogue and ongoing disagreement between Gold Coast Homeless Network and ourselves on this approach. Absolutely acknowledge that and acknowledge the Homeless Network as a key stakeholder in this space, but they are one of many stakeholders. As has been pointed out by Luke and Matt through today's presentation, we've got an incredibly strong relationship with all the stakeholders in this space, and we have a strong relationship with the Homeless Network. We just have a strong disagreement on the approach to taking the space and what council's role is. I am still very hopeful that while, and I think you're aware of it through the emails and possibly some media yesterday, that there definitely is a strong difference of opinion and no support for this report today and recommendation today from the Homeless Network. There is still the opportunity to make sure that some of the really useful information and insight that our officers have and that should be getting fed into the network every week does, and that's vice versa. And I do still hope that even if we don't agree 100% on the approach, that the important part of the resources and information we have being shared does happen. I am happy to support this recommendation today. I believed in the change from the PSLO program to this compliance-led approach. I believe it is working. I also believe it's not going to be an issue that's going to go away anytime soon, and that there is no silver bullet in this space, and that some of the parts of the recommendation today kind of call that out, that there isn't something we can introduce across the entire city to address this issue. There does need to possibly be some bespoke tools used in different areas, that it probably isn't a car parking limit across all coastal car parks, because that would create a lot of other issues, but there probably are some car parks in certain locations that are an issue that we could use it in, and that we just have to work with the community understanding why that occurs. I also support the place-based approach. Like the data and evidence clearly shows where the vast majority of complaints in this area come from, and that a proactive approach of hopefully reducing some of those complaints, reducing the burden on officers, and helping encourage people experiencing rough sleeping and homelessness to engage with services quicker, because that is one of the intended consequences of this. Instead of allowing someone that might have been through the process and moved on and then has moved on to another park to re-establish, does us proactively getting in front of that person earlier, then maybe nearly irritate that person down the other path of just saying, well, if council's going to be here as soon as I move to another park, do I just accept the services that are being offered to me through the home team or through the other parts of the network? Many may still not, but it may help many just go, this is too difficult to keep moving, and I'm going to accept the offer that's there from the state or others for support. I support Councillor Wilkinson's inclusion of number 6, that we get another report back in 12 months' time. It was probably the intent of officers anyway, but I think to call it out, because us continuing to monitor this and understand the impacts it's having is really important. Also understanding that I suspect the trend is going to continue and the numbers in this space are going to go up, that dwelling supply issues and cost of living issues are going to increase this problem before it decreases, and that it may require slight alterations to the approach year on year. It will require us to look at resourcing year on year. The final part, which I've called out, is that request for the confidential memo to understand the resources needed as part of this year's budget request to make this happen, if it's the will of council, if that can be sent out. I'll close my opening on that and provide the opportunity for anyone to speak against the recommendation. Sorry, I'm good for that. That's fine. Do you wish to speak against, or just wish to speak in general, Councillor Young? So I'm happy on this subject to give a little bit of leeway. So Councillor Young, would you like to contribute?
Yeah, endorse your comments, and also want to call out the officers for their, as Councillor Wilkinson did, for their great efforts. It's a difficult space, obviously, and it's touching our communities across the city, as is apparent from our discussion in the matter. There are certainly some very bad experiences going on out there in the community, and people are have become very brief and short about their tolerance of it. On the other hand, there are still parts of the community that are actively supporting people who are experiencing homelessness and having a hard time by providing food and socialising with them and so forth. So there's a mixture of sentiments in the community, but I'm increasingly seeing the intolerance because of the activities of some of the folks. And I think it's great that we've got this relationship with the Queensland Police Service that needs to mature, and I'm sure that will continue to mature. We've had lots of examples where people have been calling the police because there's a homeless person living in a park and then bashing at their fences or breaking into their private properties, and then the police just saying that's a council problem. So there's obviously got to be a more honest kind of portrayal of who the responsibilities lie with. I think we're doing our best to try to support our officers and the team and provide the best opportunities for a good approach to this, and I look forward to the engagement with Gold Coast Homelessness Network so that we're more in the room with them and we're not seen as a undesirable competitor or contributor, and certainly endorse the committee recommendation. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Anyone else wish to contribute? Councillor Wilkinson.
Thank you, Chair, and I'll keep my commentary brief, but I too am standing alongside yourself and Councillor Young in the commentary today. And we know that homelessness is a complex and challenging matter. We acknowledge that. And I do, again, call out officers for the work that you are doing alongside all those other agencies and not-for-profit groups trying to support those in our communities experiencing homelessness. With our current strategy, I was actually only one of two councillors who originally didn't support the approach. And what I have before me today is an option that I believe is better than the existing strategy. So to make no change, I feel, would not be progressive. I do believe that we should be more proactive to engage those individuals experiencing homelessness and to assist them, as best as we can through the pathways that we have before us. I also do see this as an opportunity as well to strengthen that relationship with the Gold Coast Homelessness Network, which even with today's commentary, we can see that there needs to be some improvement. And I think that it's something that must occur. And I look forward to being a part of that journey alongside the city as that progresses. And my hope, of course, with the addition of item 6 today, is that again in 12 months' time we can review this strategy and seek a comparable data set perhaps against what once was and what has now become perhaps, so that we can see that the strategy is functioning as it should, and of course continue to seek those opportunities for further improvements, because we can always do better, and I think as a council we will always seek to do that. So I see that in the recommendation today, and that's why I'll be supporting it.
Councillor Martin.
Thanks, Chair. Just very quickly, I'll support the motion, but I still have some significant reservations. I think at least there is some improvements and some further review. I think we all have massive empathy for those experiencing homelessness, but it's the few cases where those refusing services, I think the community are rightfully up in arms because they're sort of taking the mickey. There's an offence there, and there's long-term occupation of our public spaces. I've had to come to council for us to write to the police minister to eventually move someone on. Who moved just before we issued that request. So it's those cases that I think I'm supportive of the place-based, and I'm really interested to see how it goes. Thank you for bringing it. Look forward to coming back in 12 months to seeing how it goes. I absolutely commend the team, but also want to make sure I agree around police and state government and local MPs that we're all working together. It's a shared responsibility. Hoping that all levels buy into it, because we are stepping forward. We need everyone to step forward. So, I will support it, but remain seeing how that goes in 12 months' time. Thank you.
Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Chair, and I will be supporting it today as well, because I think this resolution today goes a long way to answering some of the requests from my residents, and that's about timeframes and making sure that council is addressing these issues in a timely manner, and also signage. So all of this has been put forward, and it's good to see for them to see that we're being proactive in this space. Thank you.
Nobody else? So I'll just close quickly. While Luke and Matt have been acknowledged and officers being acknowledged, I had the great privilege of having lunch with several of the officers who work in this space not too long ago, and just to add my thanks to that, they're a particularly impressive group of people who are dealing with some really difficult work every day, and they do a fantastic job with it. The second part of my request with that is, as kind of Councillor Martin pointed to, there's hopefully steps in progress in this, but there remains concerns for some councillors, and I respect and understand those concerns. So just to encourage councillors to continue to engage with Luke and Matt on this issue, there is a real desire there to look of how we improve the operations inside this space, how we can use the tools available to us, which are fairly limited. Like, their local law changes, their regulatory signage changes, like they're very blunt instruments that, as you all understand now, are difficult to change and sometimes have unintended consequences that come with it. But continuing to talk with Luke and Matt regularly about what you're seeing in your area, the real problem ones that your community is having, so we can concentrate those possible operational changes to address those greatest impacts for you and your communities is really important. I think that's more than enough from me on this, so we will close debate and take the vote. All those in favour? The motion is carried, unanimous. Luke, Matt, thank you very much. The Star Chamber is closed for you for today. We will move on to item 6.2. Councillors, item 6.2 is the local law permit activity Beachside Dining. We welcome officers into the room. Joe, good morning to you. You're going to steer us through the presentation?
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, good morning, councillors. I will be introducing this item on behalf of officers today. My name is Jo Fury-Lopez. I'm the Manager of Policy and Standards within the City Activation Branch, and I'll be speaking to the component relating to recognising beachside dining as a permitted business under our local laws. Also joining me today from City Activation is Michael Smith, Manager of Licences and Permits, who is available to answer any questions in relation to the permit-based approach for beachside dining. Presenting today will be Tim Goward, Program Director of the Strategic Portfolio Office, who will provide detailed information on the beachside dining project. Tim is supported by Elton Twine, who has oversight of this project. So, councillors, this report seeks your endorsement to introduce a beachside dining trial limited to surf life-saving clubs and seeks to formally recognise beachside dining as a permitted business under our existing local laws. Currently, under the provisions of Local Law 10 and Subordinate Local Law 10.1, beachside dining is not specifically identified as a business activity permitted within bathing reserves. What we are proposing is to recognise beachside dining as a permitted business under these local laws for a period of 3 years to enable a trial to be undertaken. It's important to highlight that recognising beachside dining as a permitted business does not automatically grant the right to operate. Instead, it creates a structured framework to support the trial via a permit-based system. Every proposal would be subject to assessment and a formal approval process, and the City would retain the ability to impose appropriate conditions on a case-by-case basis. These conditions may relate to matters such as operating hours, site layout, public aspects, and amenity impacts. So this is only one step in the process. Endorsing this activity as a permitted business only establishes the mechanism for clubs to apply. And any club looking to participate in the trial will still need to gain approval and meet all other relevant legislative and planning requirements. This is not a change to the local law, rather it formally recognises beachside dining as a permitted business. It's under the existing local laws. What we are establishing is a permit-based approach along with appropriate regulatory oversight to ensure that activities within our bathing reserves are well managed, suitable and aligned with community expectations. I'll now hand over to Tim, who will walk you through the specifics of the proposed dining trial. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, councillors, and through the chair. As you may be aware, The the Beach Club trial was conducted between the 1st of December 2021 and the 14th of March 2022 on the Kurrawa Terrace at Broadbeach. The proposed trial was to inform the future city direction on commercial beach opportunities. The trial was impacted significantly with weather events and COVID-19 impacts related to Queensland's border rules and shutdowns and in other Australian states. A report on the outcomes of that trial was presented to the 819 Transport and Infrastructure Committee in May of 2022, with Council endorsing to support, in principle, the continuation of a beach club trial for no more than 6 months over a period of 3 years. As part of that previous trial, a market process was undertaken to source a suitable commercial operator for the beach club. Community and stakeholder engagement was undertaken during and immediately following the trial, and overall there was support for the beach club for those who attended, with the majority happy and satisfied with their experience. Negative feedback included the use of public open space for commercial activity, amenity issues related to the back of house and temporary fencing, and temporary loss of the Kurrawa Terrace as a recreation space. What we are proposing is to recognise beachside dining. Oops, my mistake. During the consultation period, the strongest interest in the beachside dining was expressed from surf lifesaving clubs who have existing beachfront access, established efficient food and beverage operations. This proposal in the beachside dining trial aims to enable provision of temporary dining services specifically for surf lifesaving clubs on designated areas of the beach through a local law permit. This would allow participating surf lifesaving clubs to install temporary dining infrastructure within approved locations while maintaining public access to the beach. In return, proceeds for these activities would be reinvested into the delivery and support of volunteer lifesaving services. Surf lifesaving clubs would be required to obtain all relevant legislative and statutory approvals, including but not limited to lodgement of development applications and liquor licensing applications prior to any permit being lodged, assessed and approved. As previously noted, the framework provides a beachside dining to be treated as a permitted business under existing local laws for the trial period only. This approach does not amend local laws, instead it clarifies how beachside dining may be authorised during the trial period. Consultation has been undertaken with the state government, which has confirmed support for the proposal based on the beachside dining model being delivered as a non-exclusive agreement on a 3-year trial basis, consistent with the permit activities under local law delegations to the local government. In response to issues identified during the previous trial, all proposed activities and associated infrastructure will be temporary in nature. Approved infrastructure will be required to be easily installed, fully dismantled on a daily basis, ensuring all sites are reinstated to their pre-use condition on the conclusion of each day of operation. In addition, elements will be capable of promptly packed down or removed in response to adverse hazard conditions, tidal influences or other safety concerns. This approach is intended to minimise environmental, operational and community impacts while prioritising public safety and maintaining flexibility in beachfront operations. As part of the application process, surf lifesaving clubs will be required to submit an operational management plan as part of their proposal. The plan must address key operational matters, including proposed operation hours, participation activity, capacity, and public safety management. The permit holder will also be required to comply with all relevant permit conditions, including any of those that arise from development application approval processes and any applicable liquor licensing requirements where relevant. Surf lifesaving clubs at Surfers Paradise and Kurrawa have expressed interest in delivering an offering consistent with the proposal. Initial feedback indicates a preferred operating during off-peak and shoulder periods during the peak rather than the peak summer periods. This initiative is intended to serve as an engagement attractor, strengthening connections between the community and surf lifesaving clubs during periods of lower activity and reduced operational impact. The sites identified are indicative locations, with both clubs confirming they have the operational capacity to participate on a trial of the proposed concept. The next steps will involve clubs progressing development application pre-lodgement meetings with city officers to further advance the proposal. In summary, this report seeks council approval to designate beachside dining as a permitted temporary business under Local Law 10, Bathing Reserves, and the subordinate Local Law 10.1, Bathing Reserves. This provides a clear regulatory framework for managing this activity. It also seeks to endorse a time-limited trial, allowing beachside dining to operate for up to 6 months per year over 3 consecutive years. A trial approach enables council to monitor impacts, community sentiment and refine controls before considering any long-term arrangements. While initial interest has been expressed by Service Paradise and Coralwell Surf Lifesaving Clubs, participation in this trial may be extended to other surf lifesaving clubs that may meet relevant permit criteria and obtain all necessary development and regulatory approvals. All participating clubs will require to operate in accordance with local law permits, development approval conditions and approved operational management plans, which will set controls for operating hours, capacity, public safety, liquor licensing where applicable. All dining infrastructure will be temporary in nature, positioned to ensure continued public access and protection of the beach amenity. Importantly, proceeds generated through beachside dining would be reinvested into volunteer lifesaving operations. Thank you, councillors. Happy to take any questions.
Questions for officers. I think we had Councillor Young first, then Gates, Wilkinson, O'Neill.
Thanks, Jim. Tim, thank you for the presentation. You mentioned a degree of support for beachside dining. I'm not sure what you're drawing that from, but my recollection is that when council undertook extensive consultation with the community, there were 1,100 responses in regards to beachside dining, and 78% of the respondents were against it. So can you give us the source of your information, please?
Thank you, Councillor. And through the Chair, I'll probably refer back to the 819 meeting of the Transport and Infrastructure Committee, where the report was presented on beachside dining. The snapshot of consultation was provided in that report, which indicated that there was over 44,000 visitors to the beachside dining. There was an independent surveys that were conducted, and of that surveys, 2,741 participated in that survey. There was 31 businesses surveyed. 69% of the community surveyed had a positive experience. 74% of businesses surveyed respondents had a positive experience and would like to see more permanent concept throughout the year. So I guess that's the report that we're actually referring to for the positive sentiment from the community.
Just to be clear, 819 TNI.
819 on the 31st of May 2022.
Thank you very much for that. Second question, Chair. We resolved in 2022 in June to continue a beach club trial for no more than 6 months annually over 3 calendar years on Karawa Terrace, which you referred to. Was there a report following that 3-year trial period?
Through the Chair, no, there wasn't. Because I guess this is the trial for that. I might defer to Alton Twine for that one.
Thank you.
Through the Chair, no, there wasn't a report because there wasn't a continuation of the trial. Councillors, we looked at extending the trial on this basis, but we thought we needed to take on board some of the sentiment around, and there was sentiment around expressed that the surf clubs were unduly being penalised by having a commercial operation set up in the near vicinity. So that thinking has come about now with this proposed new trial to actually involve the surf clubs as the holders of the beachside dining and the proposed beneficiaries.
Thank you. So I just need to get my head around what we're actually changing here. The local law is not being changed, but a definitional thing. Where does the definition sit? Can I see it in a list of those permitted businesses?
Yes, through the chair. Councillor, you can see them in subordinate local law 10.1, bathing reserves, under the definitions in the dictionary, under permitted businesses. Those businesses are identified there. And then when we refer to subsection I, it says a temporary business authorised by a resolution of the local government for a specific time frame, which is why we're here today.
So we are effectively changing the local law.
No, we are identifying and endorsing beachside dining to be a permitted business within the local law. So there are two avenues to do that. One is that it's stipulated in the local law. The other avenue is that it can be council endorsed.
I'm not sure if I really understand all of that. And I'm sorry. You go ahead.
Do you mind if I just ask, how come we can do this without advertising the local law?
Exactly.
Which has been my experience forever, that if we made a change to a local law, it required advertising.
Through the chair, it isn't a change to the local law. You're allowed to do this within the existing local law. It's a temporary business, so it actually has a specific time frame. It's not a permanent change. If we were to make a change to the local law, we would go through the local law making process and the proposed to make and the make, and as you know, that can take up to about 12 months to do. This is actually just, you can do this within that subsection I. If it's a temporary business, council can endorse it as a permitted business, and it has a time frame associated with it, which is why it's temporary.
Thank you.
The Young, does that help you understand the difference?
So therefore there must be some law around that says, yes, you can change the local law because it's a temporary thing.
And that's through the chair, that's subsection I. That is in our local law that says that you can do that.
Okay. I will have to have a look at that. Thank you.
Councillor
That's
Gates,
me for questions at the moment. Thank you.
Councillor Gates, you're next.
Thanks, Chair. When Joe presented, and again now, it's been suggested that this is simply a process and that the applications would follow. However, number 2 in the recommendation actually identifies that we are actually supporting these 2 locations before we've seen the application or any of the detail. So I'm concerned about that, especially given there's not really a question, but my concern relates to the fact that we haven't yet identified the closure permanently of the esplanade, and it would be totally unworkable, should that not be accepted, to put Surfers Paradise Surf Club in this resolution. So how is it anticipated that that can be presented to us when at this point in time it's still a road with a temporary closure on it?
Who's having a go?
So they're all looking at me. Chair. It's a very good question. Thank you, Councillor Gates. So we're responding to the interest of the club in this particular circumstance. The club has already looked at doing some similar sort of facility, not on the beach, as you probably be aware of the current trial, and the intention being that this would move to a section, as you've seen on the slide earlier, just on the sand. You're quite right. For this to actually happen with this club, it would be contingent on having that road closure approved for longer, and that's coming before council, I think, at the next Transport and Infrastructure Committee for consideration. So it is, I guess we've included it here because the conversation has occurred with this particular club, and they're very, very keen to do it. So I think, as both Joe and Tim have said earlier, success of these is contingent on a number of factors actually occurring. We're really just putting this before you today to note the club's interest at this location.
Then there should not be an endorsement in my view, so I won't be supporting it. Thank you.
So, Alton, noting Councillor Gates's comments, both in the question and then just then, so is there a different way to word number 2 so it doesn't read as that we've given endorsement in full at this time, that it's acknowledges that there is a series of applications and approvals that would have to be given, and that ultimate approval through applications is actually full endorsement, not this? Do you understand what I'm getting at?
I do, Chair. What we could do is we could remove the section initially at Surfers Paradise, Surf Life Saving Club and Curra Surf Life Saving Clubs to de-identify those clubs.
Councillor Gates, your thoughts?
I just feel I don't have a problem with changing the process, but I don't know yet how council will be engaged with these applications, because we weren't engaged with in regard to the temporary closure of the Esplanade. It was a decision taken by the divisional councillor and the mayor, I understand, in my response I got when I asked the CEO how it occurred. So, again, it's very difficult at this point in time to get behind something. I mean, I know that we've been negotiating with the state over a long period of time for their approval for beach clubs, and I've never seen any authorisation come through in that regard. Now, this is called dining. I don't know if the state has a different view on beach dining as opposed to a beach club. Could I ask a question at this point as to whether the state has formally written to the council in this regard, and if so, could we see a copy of the correspondence and what it entails? I just feel that this report is a bit scant on information for me to get behind it, and yet I've always been a supporter of beach clubs, but in this case I certainly can't support what's being put before us today without understanding more about what is proposed. It doesn't mention whether it's a beach club type of activity that's proposed or whether the local law permits the service of alcohol on the beach. There's so much I don't know that make it difficult for me to get behind the recommendation. So is there a formal response from the state on this?
Through the chair, we can provide that, yes.
Thank you. Can you send that around prior to full council? That'd be great. And like the application process, does that mean it just goes to the divisional councillor as an activity in Division 10, or would council get to consider all of the elements of such an application?
It wouldn't just be in Division 10, obviously. Curra is too, sorry. Yep. So that is something we could add to the resolution to force it to come back to council. So can I leave Councillor Gates, acknowledge it was your comments that kind of triggered this, and I do agree with how that was initially read, does lead us with endorsed when there is a process to go through. So do you think de-identifying the surf clubs for now is enough, or would you need to...
I would rather have the process changed and leave number 2 out altogether.
And Alton, does that, if what you're saying is that this was just to point out we've got 2 surf lifesaving clubs who have shown an interest in doing this, does the full removal of number 2 at this stage stop that work from continuing? Yeah. My worry is, and Alicia's has kind of picked up on it, is that does de-identifying it possibly open this up anywhere? And is there a need for it to be identified so that we restrict where this can possibly occur?
Yeah, look, for me, the report leaves out a lot of information that I need. I mean, look at the investment made opposite the proposed location recently. Have they been consulted more recently about the potential of this occurring right on their doorstep. And look, we all value the surf lifesaving clubs, but there's difficulties for the private businesses that are operating in the food area right through the mall and through every part of our city at the moment. So I'm kind of worried about the impact on the local businesses as well.
If we could just for now, we'll just leave the recommendation as is and I think officers are thinking of how they might address Councillor Gates' concerns. We'll come around for more questions from councillors and then we'll get to changes. Councillor Wilkinson, you are up next.
Thank you, Chair, and I somewhat tend to agree with some of the commentary by Councillor Gates, and I've workshopped a few words, so I don't know whether I can provide that as well to those who are looking to change that second, because I do think there's some tweaking that needs to occur perhaps. But just coming back to some lines of the question, I appreciate the presentation. I think there was a lot of information that I was seeking that was actually provided through the presentation, which I'm appreciative for. Again, I think this discrepancy to a degree of understanding that it isn't a local law change has been identified. It's simply something that we can enact. I can see that, which I appreciate the in-depth nature that officers are going to describe that. Just in relation, though, with even post the 3 years, noting that the 3 years doesn't even have a specified time period for when it would start as part of the recommendation. So where Councillor Gates has noted actually some on the application process, we don't have a start date. It just simply says for 3 years. So I don't know whether there's some discrepancy that we can use within the flexibility of that. Like I said, I've got some words that I'm happy to share, but my concern, I guess, or some of the thought goes to, well, what happens post this trial? Whilst I acknowledge that from what I can understand that permit would lapse at the end of this period, I just want to get reassurance that is indefinitely the case, because again, I don't want to see some loophole being manipulated here whereby anyone can then just start to apply for a beachside dining permit post the trial. So I'd like to see the report obviously post the trial, and if it's after 3 years, that's some time away. And I think there would be a lot of learnings to actually intake, but I just wanted to get that assurance.
To play fair for everybody, let's get to a question.
The question is, can I get that assurance that if we were to proceed with this trial and the changes that have been put in this report as far as the local law, there wouldn't be another mechanism that can be at play that would allow for beachside dining in some other capacity, or beach bars, or name it whatever?
Through the Chair, with the approval of council resolution on this trial, we are then delegated the authority to approve a permit for that period of time. Our delegation ceases at that point in time of the 3-year period. It would then require that report to go to council to either seek a permanent local law amendment or a similar resolution for an additional temporary trial of some sort.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate you putting that on the public record. In relation to, we talked about state government and some discussions there. From what I understand of the bathing reserve, that's all local government land. I don't believe we're encroaching, or are we encroaching on any state government land? And if so, it sounds like we do have the authority, or we've been given the permission to actually occupy that space. Just want to reconfirm.
Yes, through the Chair, we do have authority to issue permits under the bathing reserve section of the beach. Yes.
Okay. I guess just going back to the 2022 report and some of the takings, obviously, out, and you touched on this, was that we wanted to look at supporting the surf lifesaving clubs because of that commercialisation outside their premises. Is it been since that time that this conversation has been progressed with them? Have they been approaching us to say that they want to do this? I just want to understand better, who has been instigating that conversation as part of the deliverable for potentially this trial?
Through the Chair, it's been a conversation from both ways, Councillor. So as we refined this new approach, we did seek out proactively, but part of that proactivity was responding to the clubs who had approached us not long, and in fact during this trial, the first one, and Curra was a good case in point. We had a trial location not far from their door, and they were concerned about the possibility of that taking business. And at the time, they said to us, we'd actually be very interested in doing something like this, and they followed that through.
Chair, just to comment through to you, I think tightening up number 2, and I don't know whether we need a 10-minute recess perhaps at some stage, but I'd be open to trying to workshop something.
That's where I'm getting to. We'll get through a few more questions and then we'll get to words. Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Chair. I probably need some clarification. Thanks, officers. In part of the report, it says that just Kurrawa and Surface are interested in the trial at this stage. So you haven't heard or approached any other surf club on the coast?
Through the Chair, no, it's just those particular clubs at this point. We've done an assessment of potential locations, and there is probably some opportunities for other surf clubs to actually be included in a broader trial, but we haven't had that direct engagement with those clubs as yet, no.
Just a bit of a clarification on that too, because the report says we don't really want it to be flooded with too many clubs in the trial. And to me, a trial usually is just one. It's a temporary situation. It's one we come back to see whether that trial's working in 3 years' time. So we're giving, I don't know, it just sounds a little bit crazy to me that we're giving the opportunity for all surf clubs basically to apply, and if they meet the criteria and we allow them a permit, we may have 10. And I'm not sure that that's what we really want at this stage, because we don't know whether the trial is going to succeed or not. So I'm a little bit hesitant at the moment to, I'll just probably need some more clarification.
So how about we try, officers, if it was the will of this committee to change number 2 so that it reflected that the trial could only occur at 2 lifesaving clubs over the next 3 years and that no other clubs could apply, that is something we could do?
Yes, we can.
Yeah. So that it would be for that, Councillor O'Neill, if that was a concern you had, that you thought the trial should be limited to 2 locations only and not open to anyone else to apply during that period.
It was mentioned in the report as well that the officers thought themselves that they didn't want too many clubs in the trial because it would create maybe some issues. I just had one other question too. Some of the feedback when we had the trial at Kurrawa on the terrace was the back of office, and I know that we won't have a back of office situation, but we will still have service and furniture and umbrellas and things like that. So is this all what we'll be assessing during the trial? Because I'm assuming there's going to be no hard matting put on sand areas for people to walk on. If you're going on the beach to dine, you're going on the beach to dine. So none of that harder infrastructure will happen apart from furniture and umbrellas.
Councillor, through the Chair, yes, that is the intention, is that at the end of each operating day, all the infrastructure should be removed from the site and returned back to the natural environment. So yes, everything would be temporary in nature, and the club would be responsible for ensuring the safe packing of that infrastructure back into their own operations and services.
Probably just maybe just a thought when we're talking about surface and we don't know whether that road closure is going to be permanent or not. Maybe that could be included in the resolution as well on the provision of...
We'll get to that in a moment. Councillor Curtis was next.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation, Tim. And mine's actually a follow-on from Councillor O'Neill, because I was really interested practically what the pack-up would look like. So as part of the application, would the applicant need to demonstrate that they have the sufficient storage space within their current lease footprint, or would they potentially be permitted the option of installing additional storage for the purposes of this trial, and just cognizant of the fact that back-of-house part and encroachment on very highly utilised and valued land was part of the concern of the original trial?
Yeah, thank you. And through the Chair, yes, that's the intention, is that when the club submits their operational plan, they need to very clearly articulate the operational workings of how that is going to operate, and making sure that the provisions of what they're offering can be accommodated within their existing building footprint.
Councillor Wilkinson, question?
Thank you, Chair. And it was just when Councillor Gale was, Councillor O'Neill, Councillor O'Neill was speaking that something else came to mind. Again, in the public realm, at times I see the word restriction to access pops up. I just want to get clarity from officers as far as restrictions or inability to access this space. From what I understand in the report, there is none. Public will still be able to access this area. Am I correct in stating that statement?
Yes, and through the chair, you're absolutely correct. This is a non-exclusive agreement. The public will be able to access that permitted area and partake in the activities that the club is offering, or recreate in their own way. There is no exclusivity arrangements in this permit area.
Councillor Gates.
And my question comes about from Councillor O'Neill as well, because I do recall reading in the report that there would be a need for the clubs to make application should they want to build any structure on the beach. So clearly there is still that possibility in the officer's mind, or is there? Because I don't know why it would be included that an application would need to be made for planning approval if it wasn't a suggestion that we might accept one. So can I have an understanding of, is it simply going to be restricted to beach umbrellas and tables, or is there the possibility of a structure as existed at Broadway Beach during the Currawa trial that created all the issues with the back of house that was mentioned by Councillor O'Neill?
They're looking at me again. The intention is always that it has to be packed down, Councillor, through the chair. So it would have to be of a temporary nature only. There's nothing permanent to be on the beach. The beach has to be returned to its state every day.
Okay, so that would need to be identified too for me.
Councillor Martin.
Thanks, Chair. Just seeking clarity on beachside dining. But it's not essentially beachside. We're talking east of the A line, so actually on beach. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
And the view would be have alcohol in that site on the sand?
Yeah, through the chair, that would be a application through the Office of Liquor and Gaming should the proponent wish to actually apply and have that level of service within that permit area.
Yep. And so what we saw on Surface and Currawa, they seem to be like satellite sites. Would it be that, so is it proposed, would it be conceivable that it's a separate bar in that satellite site, or are we talking about running drinks from a base through a public realm and then into a satellite site?
Yes, through the chair, the intention is that the food and beverage offerings are provided from the actual leased premise that the club operates from, and then moves that food and beverage offering to the site location. So it wouldn't be a separate stand-up offering within the permit area. It'd have to be serviced from an existing facility within existing infrastructure.
Yeah, okay. Without getting into the weeds, obviously there'll be some liquor licensing and issues that I imagine would come out of this. Well, you said non-exclusive, but I assume there would have to be some exclusivity, capacity, RSA, that kind of thing. So that exclusivity would exist in that space.
You're correct in saying that the people that are using that permit area would need to comply with the relevant permitted activities in that area. So for the example you've given in terms of liquor licensing, so all the requirements for liquor licensing within that permit area would need to apply, and those patrons that are in that permit area would need to comply with those liquor licensing restrictions, and the club would be responsible for enforcing that as well. But in terms of exclusivity, the intention is that any member of the public can come down into that permitted area and would be able to either use the offerings that are on offer from that surf club or not. They might still be able to put out their beach towel and still be in that area. No one's restricting that at all. All we're doing through this process is allowing the surf club to serve food and beverage within that permit area.
Yeah, thank you. And Chair, just on the subordinate local law, I'm just interested. So what you're proposing is that we change beachside dining as a permitted use, but I'm looking at the subordinate local law around permitted business, and item L basically allows council to resolve a permitted business. So item L, a temporary business authorised by a resolution of a local government for a specific time period. So my reading of that is council can we don't need to change anything with subordinate local law. Council could decide each and every business. Is that accurate, or are you seeking to delegate that to officers, and that's why you're looking to incorporate a permitted dining?
Through the chair, that was accurate, how you reflected the subordinate local law. You may remember approximately 6 months ago, we also had beach sports and markets. That was exactly the same approach as we're taking with this. So that was endorsed at this committee about, I think it was around 6 months ago.
And can I just follow on from that? So if there's an avenue for a resolution to resolve that business, why is it that we're seeking to add that as a permitted business? Is it that you think you might get multiple and that officers could assess that, and that's why, rather than bring it back to council?
Through the chair, we need to identify it through council endorsement as a permitted business, or it cannot be issued a permit. So under the local law, under subordinate local law 10, the regulation of bathing reserves, it's about it must be a permitted business, and it must and therefore also hold a permit. So to enable that activity to occur in our bathing reserves, we're referring to the subordinate local law to endorse the activity as a permitted business, which we can do as per subsection L.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Agnew.
Thanks, Chair. That just brought up something else. Thanks, Councillor Martin. When you say that people, it's not exclusive, so people can just wander in and put their tail down, if they're serving liquor, they're probably going to have a permitted area. They may have to have fencing around there. I know when you have events on the beach and you do have a liquor licence connected to that event, you actually have to fence it off. Has that been considered?
Through the chair, yes. Any permit conditions as a result of liquor licensing or through the DA process would need to also apply. So if there is a requirement to have a fenced area around the permit area, then that would also need to apply as well. But the fence itself, the intention is that fence again is temporary in nature and can be removed at the end of the day.
Okay, so my intended... Sorry, Councillor Young, another question?
Yes, if you don't mind. Thanks, Chairman. I'm just looking at how practically this might work at Service Paradise. You've got the building on one side of the street. I go in there, I order my food, and then it's brought to me across the street, across that public realm, down onto the beach. Is that what we're anticipating?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Thank you.
All right. So my intended approach, because I'm definitely getting a sense that the number 2 that was proposed by officers won't get support, and I think there's a lot of possible things that councillors are looking for inclusion here. So I'm going to take a 10-minute adjournment. I'm going to allow officers to talk with councillors to see if there is anything resembling a number 2 that might get support here today. If there's not, I'm not going to spend any more time today. I'll defer this item to full council and allow officers to try and work up something before then. Is there happiness to accept that as a path forward? In that case, the meeting is adjourned for 10 minutes, and let's see how we go. Councillors, the meeting is resumed at 11:16. In the adjournment, officers and councillors have taken the opportunity to discuss further a recommendation that can be supported here at committee today. The change recommendation that is on the screen is where we have landed, is that the number one of the original officer recommendation remains, which is the technical element in the local law, or in the subordinate local law. The inclusion of a number two, that a report be directed to the Economy, Tourism and Events Committee outlining the proposal for beachside dining in the city. That is a desire from councillors to have a much more holistic understanding of what this looks like, what the actual proposals that have been discussed to date look like, what some of those nuances that have been raised by councillors around fenced areas, how do structures get put away at night time. So a much more holistic report to the ETEC committee that provides a lot more detail on the actual proposals being discussed. And then number three, we have put in the inclusion that if there is an application lodged in the future for a beachside dining venue, that the ability for a divisional councillor to delegate that decision wouldn't be there, that it would have to come back through council for a full council decision. I'm happy to take questions on the change recommendation, and then we'll look for movers and seconders. Councillor Young was first.
With regard to number two, can I suggest a change? Instead of proposal, we make that process for evaluation of future beachside dining application.
Councillor Young, we'll get into semantics words a bit. I think the idea of including proposal was that there was a desire from councillors to actually understand what has been put forward as a proposal from the surf clubs. So I think Alton understands what we're seeking, that we want to see that detail of what's proposed inside the blue rectangle. Does that, so proposal and process are two on the same thing in this? Is that understood? Do we need to call that out specifically, or you understand the intent?
Chair, I understand the intent. So the proposal, the report, will include the outlining the process as well, Councillor Young.
So outline the proposal and process for beachside dining in the city. Are you happy with that? Yeah. I just think that there was a very clear intent that I could hear from councillors of show us more detail what's actually proposed. Councillor Gates is next, and Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you. I have another problem now. Sorry, councillors. But through you, Chair, should this be supported today, that would mean that once beachside dining is a permitted business, anyone could apply for beachside dining. It's not going to be limited in any way. So, again, I don't feel that we have enough information today to enable support for that possibility to occur.
Mr. Twine, do we have some words that would restrict its use as the original and trial intent was trying to do, that could be added into this recommendation?
Chair, we could add the words limited to surf lifesaving clubs after permitted business.
Sorry, is that in number one?
In number one.
Yep. And just one more time, what are we adding in?
Limited to surf lifesaving clubs.
Councillor Gates, does that address your concern? Councillor O'Neill, was that your same concern?
That was one of the concerns. I think we've actually also, we're getting away from the trial at all. We're not including that a trial may be considered for up to two surf lifesaving clubs, and not using any names of surf lifesaving clubs.
Through the chair, Councillor, I can bring that back as part of the report referred to in recommendation 2, if you're happy with that. Or alternatively, we can put it in here.
So you're looking for clarity that the report to go to ETEC, Councillor O'Neill, is still to be for the trial?
Yeah, my preference is a trial, but I've always sort of believed that a trial should just be one, right, and nothing happen until we get results of that trial. That is my preference. This is getting extremely messy.
It is. So I'm going to allow one more change to this recommendation. If it doesn't get there, it's getting deferred because we're done with it for today. So, Mr. Twine, do you have some proposed words that would ensure the understanding that it's a trial still, or are we just better to defer this and let you work in between now and full council?
Through the chair. outlining the proposal and process for a beachside dining trial in the city, limited to no more than 2 locations.
What say you, Councillor O'Neill? Okay. Question, Councillor Wilkinson.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, perhaps to Alton. As far as life-saving clubs goes, how many other life-saving clubs could potentially make an application, I guess, in that respect? That's my...
Through the chair, it's understood there's 21 surf life savings across the city. However, of those 21, practically, there's probably about 8 that could feasibly meet a criteria to put an application in.
Thank you. And so I guess it's what I'm just trying to air out a little bit is, should one of those that was named in the previous recommendation, if we're limiting it to 2, as outlined in number 2 now, if that one was to be unsuccessful anyway in that respect of what it's trying to achieve, it doesn't isolate it to then, you know, not looking at one of those other 8 clubs where you could potentially look to do something of a similar nature. Is that a fair assertion?
Yeah, through the chair, that's a fair assumption. We could engage with other clubs.
Right. So, we've panel beated this thing to death. I am still happy to support this recommendation as is. The couple inclusions added on are good, but I'm comfortable to move this. So for want of a seconder, I'm happy to get into debate. Otherwise, I need a bit of a read of what are we doing with it.
I'll second it.
All right. Councillor Curtis is happy to second, so move Councillor Hamill, seconded Councillor Curtis. We will go into debate. I will keep this one very brief. I could not have supported the original officer recommendation after the questions that came from the floor today. There is a lot more information that councillors are seeking to understand these proposals. I'm actually much more comfortable with this recommendation because it achieves the technical change required. So the report by officers hasn't been a waste of time. We've achieved something out of this. It is still only the intent that it be limited to surf life-saving clubs, which I think there is a general support for the idea of exploring. A much more holistic report on beachside dining in its totality to the ETEC committee, which can also look at things like return on investment and other elements, is a good outcome. We have made it very clear that it is still to be intended to do a trial and that at 2 locations. To Councillor Wilkinson's point, if possibly one of the 2 locations that were originally mentioned in the original recommendation doesn't work, it gives us the flexibility to then say, well, we want a second location out of those 8 that Tim mentions. I actually think that's a good outcome, so it's made a more holistic process. And I agree with number 3 that given the public scrutiny and interest in this matter, that it is appropriate for any future application for beachside dining in front of any surf life saving club, if it gets to that point, be decided by council. Anyone wish to speak against the recommendation? Councillor Martin.
Thanks, Chair. I can't get around item number 1 because I think that's too broad for me. It's adding beachside dining as a business. I think, I'm supportive of further reports being done to interrogate this, especially through ETEC, and it coming back to council. But I just think that under the subordinate local law, it talks about council making a resolution. I think it is important enough to make a resolution on every single application. But I guess, I fundamentally have somewhat of an issue with the satellite sites. But no question, Surfers Paradise, we're looking at a precinct, and there might be some further expansions. There might be beachside dining west of the A-line, which I think I'd be really interested to look at. And I think that's what the Curra Beach Club trial was. But I can't at this point say, I'm supportive of a satellite bar or, location on the beach separate to the actual club. There's too many issues there. I'm supportive actually of events that are special, that are really temporary, where we do that. But I can't say I support the trial because I think permanent occupation east of the A line is really problematic for me. And I think even though we say non-exclusive, it is exclusive because we have to control RSA, we have to control numbers, we have to control behaviour. So fencing. So for me, it's the bit about being the definition being east of the A line. If it was west of the A line, but that's not what this is. So I won't support it. But I look forward to trying to do further work through ETech. But I think we really need to explore the risks and the community sentiment before we engage on another trial. And the last point I'll make is I think for the community, this has been conflated with the beach club. I know we've got this resolution saying, oh, we'll do a 6-month trial over 3 years from a 2022, but that was for the Kurrawa Terrace and it was a beach club. This is Surf Club, Beachside Dining. I think it sort of needed to start afresh and perhaps within the frame of the Surfers Paradise revitalisation as the single, project. So I think I'd be willing to look at that, but for this, I can't support that motion. Thanks.
Speaker for the motion,
I've got another question. I've got a suggestion that maybe I should move a procedural motion to defer it to full council, because my next question, and I'm sorry to interrupt debate with another question, but there are more questions than answers in regard to this item today.
Ask the question, Councillor.
So the question is, legally, if we are endorsing or designating beachside dining as a permitted business, are we legally able to limit it to surf life saving clubs? I bet we're not. And so my suggestion is a procedural motion to defer to full council for legal advice.
So we'll let officers answer first and then we'll go to that point. So Joe, are you best placed to answer that, or Nat, they're looking to you and righto. So no, Nat, you don't need to come in because I can take that. Councillors, the procedural motion from Councillor Gates is accepted. The item is deferred to full council.
Do you have to vote?
We'll vote on it. I'll get it up on the screen. No, I don't need a seconder. Sorry, Councillor Gates doesn't need a seconder. So Councillor Gates has moved a procedural motion that the item be deferred to full council. Now, Councillor Gates, if I could inquire with you quickly while they're finalising that, as we had a live motion, do I need to do anything with that live motion, or is the procedural motion ended?
I think it can be withdrawn with the consent of council.
So just so that's clear, so I will withdraw the recommendation and just check with Councillor Curtis that she's happy to support that withdrawal. Excellent. Procedural motion doesn't require a second. It only required Councillor Gates to move it.
Sorry, Elton.
Councillor Gates, it's a very fair pick-up because that's when Nat shakes his head like that, always concerns me. So without legal advice on the possible unintended consequences of that number one, it's the only thing that can be done. Councillors, we have a procedural motion moved by Councillor Gates. The item be deferred to the next full council meeting. All those in favour? Against? The motion is carried unanimous. Well, that was a good use of time. I'd call that interrogation, all right. Councillors, we move to item 6.3. Councillor Young, you had a question on this one or a procedural motion you wish to raise?
Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, I would like to move a procedural motion with your consent that this matter to be deferred for consideration at the 868th Planning and Regulation Committee meeting to be held on the 19th of May 2026.
Councillor Young, do you just want to full councillors explain your reasoning behind
If you don't mind. Thank you, councillors, for consideration. This matter has been with council for a very long time. The applicant has been quite slow to progress it, and council officers have repeatedly approached them and asking them to submit information that they wanted to enable the full assessment. It's a contentious application. There's almost 200 submissions, and this is a rural residential area. I concede that there's a need for telecommunications infrastructure, but there's real concerns from the local community. And I picked up this printed agenda on Friday, and I just haven't had the opportunity to engage with the local community and tell them the bad news that's expected and get their responses. And I'd really like that opportunity, which I'll undertake to do before the next meeting, of course.
So, Councillor Young, could I inquire if that's the intent that you're looking for that time to go talk to the community?
Yeah.
Does it need to be to the next planning round, or would 2 weeks until the next full council meeting be enough time to do that?
I looked at the agenda or the schedule coming up. It's pretty busy, and I, especially with Anzac this week, and I just thought next committee wouldn't damage the applicant and their position, given the longevity of the application and its consideration.
Question?
Just going to ask about the time frame for the decision making around deemed refusal.
It's impact, so that doesn't trigger with this.
Decision due date was 20th of June last year.
Yeah.
And so we're not really kind of in dangerous territory, I think. I did speak with the assessing officers, and they didn't really have an opinion, but they felt that the applicant probably wouldn't seek to obstruct us.
So would it be? So are we requesting of the applicant to extend the time frame, or we are?
Yeah. So there is a matter to that, because so Mick, Roger, could you explain that? Because what happens if the applicant doesn't allow us additional time, or is that not an issue here?
Mr. Chair, so because it's an impact application, if the decision period's already out of time, so the action that the proponent can take is to lodge a deemed refusal appeal in the Planning and Environment Court. I can't comment whether they would do that or not, but it would seem unlikely that they would. Yeah. So the repercussions of deferring it, I don't think would end up in any legal dispute.
No, but there is the chance. So that would be for Councillor Young to then have to deal with his community on a whole different level then. So
I weighed that up, Chair, and as Mr. Moran said, they could seek a deemed refusal, but here's a written document recommending to Council that it's approved, so it would really be contrary to their best interest to pursue that, I think.
So I'm not going to lie, I have a bit of a problem with it. Like, I believe in tidy timeframes for decision making, and while this has dragged on a long time, and I can appreciate that, like, I'm led to believe that, I mean, you must have given delegation to Senate committee at some stage, so you should have known this was coming before you picked up the book on Friday. I'll leave it to committee. Like, if there's a willingness to allow this, I'm just a bit worried about setting a precedent that if I do it for you, I'm going to have to do it for others, when I'm known for being the opposite on these kind of things. I personally would be more comfortable deferring it to full council and giving you the 2 weeks to go talk to the community, but I don't know how I feel about delaying a whole round to achieve that, of how I don't then offer the same thing to other councillors in the future.
I understand.
And I appreciate I would love to, but I just know rightly that it'll come up with someone else in the future, and then I need to say no then when I'd prefer to be consistent. Would you accept a deferral to full council instead?
Reluctantly, for the reason I expressed.
Yeah. Procedural motion doesn't need a seconder. Yeah. Yeah, I get it. I can't say I do. I'm all for giving councillors all the time in the world to interact with the community. I did look on PD Online. This thing has been in the system for a long time. It's been through public notification. It's been through all those steps. It's now at decision stage. I just don't like rolling things over unnecessarily. So my preference, if you're happy to agree, would be defer it to full council. That gives you just over 2 weeks to go have those discussions with the community about what's in the report. If you're happy to accept that, I'd be much obliged to you.
Well, you're entitled to vote how you want, of course, Chair. I'll leave the motion as it is. Thank you.
Okay. That's fine. So you'll have to adjust that back to what Councillor Young originally called for.
Thanks, Chair.
Any further questions, Councillor Martin?
Chair, just one for you on that time frame. Would you be open to, if this was, say, deferred to full council, but with the caveat that officers were able to seek, whether the applicant would voluntarily enter into, extend the time frame to allow Councillor Young to go to a future committee, but if that was not accepted, that it just goes straight to council? I could be supportive if we're able to extend the time frame, then we don't have that risk of appeal, but would allow you to be consistent, I guess, when there's not consent by the applicant.
Really testing us today, Mick. But so we could adopt this procedural motion. You could talk to the applicant. If the applicant agrees to an extension to the next committee, it goes to the next committee. If the applicant says no, I want it resolved at full council, we send it to full council.
Mr. Chair, because the application's already out of time, there's no ability to get the applicant to agree to a further extension. So the only thing that we could probably do, in light of what Councillor Martin said, was, I guess, as a goodwill gesture, ask the applicant if they're going to lodge a deemed refusal appeal in the court in that time. But that's non-statutory, that's just a informal sort of arrangement, but there's no ability to extend the time frame.
All right, we have a procedural motion that Councillor Young has put forward, and you've heard his reasons. As he indicated, it is your choice as committee members to accept it or not. So I have to take the vote on the procedural motion. So those in favour of the procedural motion? Against? The procedural motion is carried.
Thank you.
Councillors, take this as fair warning that requests like this in the future won't be accepted. I'll just rule them out. We'll move on to item 6.4. Councillor O'Neill, presentation on this one. Understood.
Through the Chair, good morning councillors. Today I'll be presenting to you a material change of use to establish 6 multiple dwellings at 41 Binya Avenue, Coolangatta. The application is subject to impact assessment. The subject site is a single allotment with frontage to Binya Avenue, and it measures 766 square metres. The site is currently comprised of a detached dwelling house. As seen on the screen above, the site is adjacent to the New South Wales border. It is within a pocket of medium density residential zoning and is 600 metres from the beach and the neighbourhood centre. The site is also within 1 kilometre of the Coolangatta Major Centre, where an abundance of employment opportunities, community facilities and amenities can be found. The proposed development seeks to establish 6 multiple dwellings in a townhouse style development. The proposal has 3 stories and a maximum height of 10 metres. The proposed density is 1 dwelling per 127 square metres. The development has a modern coastal architectural design with a featured skillion roof. The two site plans above show the 12 residential car parking spaces and the 2 visitor spaces to the front of the site, which exceed the requirement in the Transport Code. Each dwelling also has a laundry space on the ground floor and car parking, and then the living and bedrooms are spread across levels 1 and 2. The proposal benefits from 2 feature trees along the frontage and also has perimeter landscaping around the site. The subject site is triggered with the uplift provisions within the city plan as it exceeds the code accessible building height of 9 metres. The image above highlights the extent of the building above the 9 metres. The proposal consists of 3 stories and 10 metres. In accordance with specific outcome 3.3.219, the proposal is considered to provide a well-managed interface and relationship with nearby development. Importantly, the adjoining property to the northwest consists of a dwelling house which measures 9 metres. The image above highlights the extent of the development which exceeds the 9 metres to provide you with some context. The slide above shows the immediate surrounding context of the site and the transitioning nature of this area. Within 200 metres of the site, there is a variety of built forms and dwelling typologies. Directly adjoining the site to the north is 3 multiple dwellings in a townhouse-style development. Further to the north is a 3-storey dual occupancy. And then moving over towards the east is a cluster of multiple dwelling developments. These range up to 4 stories in height and 12 dwellings. Mindful of this existing character, officers are supportive of the 3-storey development and 6 dwellings. Throughout the assessment, a number of positive changes have been sought by officers. These have been in response to submitted concerns and officer concerns. As highlighted above, the proposal includes a higher quality finish to the front facade with the removal of the fluted element and the inclusion of the standing seam. It also includes the rounding of the building edges which help offset that roof. Additionally, privacy screens have been added to the balconies on the eastern facade for units 4, 5 and 6 to protect the adjacent private open space. Officers consider the amended proposal provides an excellent standard of appearance through this modern coastal design. The application received 31 properly made objections, 1 not properly made, as well as a submission which was signed by 100 people. In addition to this, the proposal received 14 not properly made submissions in support for the application. Submissions have raised concerns with height, density, setbacks, privacy and shadowing. Officers have noted all submissions and assessed the application. However, it was considered it complies with the relevant benchmarks of the city plan. Thank you.
Questions for officers? Councillor Young's up first.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. You've addressed the issue of protecting the private recreational space and overlooking on the adjacent site. Can you go back to the images and particularly the upper story windows? How do they, what sort of protection is there for the adjacent property?
Directly above the balconies? Are those
above
ones?
the balcony,
Yep.
there's those windows which just seem quite big and have the potential to overlook on the site next door.
Through the chair, these are the secondary bedrooms. So generally speaking, we're more concerned about private open spaces and living spaces for providing screening, whereas in a bedroom you tend to close the blinds, protect your own internal amenities. So because they are in that 3rd level, if there is to be any concerns with overlooking, they can mitigate that themselves.
Theoretically, though, we could seek that they install fitted or fixed exterior screens that the louvered kind of thing, so you still get a lot of light coming in. You've still got a view in that direction, but not looking directly over there. Is that a possibility?
Through the chair, we could do that.
All right. I might just leave that thought linger and see how we go.
Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Chair. I'm not sure whether you do have, but are there any images or renders of the built form that show the neighbours' properties? I didn't see any in the report.
I definitely saw one in the report.
It's just an image on page 181.
So that's the site and the neighbour, but not the neighbour on the other side.
Through the chair, on the additional page 183 is also the neighbour on the other side.
No, what I was saying is the render, to have a comparison of the privacy issues, there was no renders that were fitted into the site itself, because those renders show, they're great photos, but they don't show in relation to the neighbours as to what amenity could be lost.
Through the chair, the applicant has not provided that material. Okay. However, officers have been out on site, and as a result of that, we have requested additional privacy mitigation measures on particular elements of the building, which is why you see those balconies now having movable screens.
Mm-hmm. Another question, are the officers satisfied that the shared areas for pedestrian and vehicle area access provide adequate safety? I did see it mentioned in the report, but just how you got to that.
Through the chair, council officers are comfortable with the shared pedestrian and vehicle access requirement. It's generally a low-speed environment for vehicles when they're coming along that gun barrel driveway along the side. It's a fairly common outcome we have for a lot of these multiple dwelling developments where we have a shared pedestrian and vehicle environment. It's flat. There's good sight lines. We have not got any concerns with shared vehicles with pedestrians in that space.
Okay. Solar panelling to the on the residence on the eastern side. I know it was mentioned in the submission. Are officers satisfied with shadowing as to the effect it would have on solar panelling on a 9 metre? 9 metre on one side, but there's only a single dwelling on the eastern side.
Through you, Mr Chair, the shadowing assessment benchmarks cover amenity impacts, not for solar panels. So we have made an assessment on the shadow impacts in relation to what the benchmarks are informing council officers to consider. Solar panels is not part of that assessment benchmark.
Okay. And I'm just wondering about the 15 metre frontage. Did that limit the landscaping plan?
Through the chair, officers are comfortable with proposed landscaping. So we have 2 trees, one on either side of the driveway, as well as shrubs along the frontage of the site, which has been conditioned to be a width of 600 mil. So we're comfortable that this achieves a sufficient outcome for this scale of development.
I've got no more questions, Chair, but I do have a change recommendation when you're ready.
Councillor Young for question, then Councillor Wilkinson.
Thanks again. If I could just get some clarity on page 176, there's an image called the eastern elevation, which appears to show garage access doors, front doors, and then windows at 2 levels. But then on page 182, there's an eastern interface, which shows a completely different kind of structure. Which one of those is adjoining the site on page 183, figure 27?
Through the chair, page 176 is actually meant to be the western elevation.
Okay.
And then 182 is the eastern elevation.
So that 182 is facing these parts of the houses on 183?
It's
Correct.
Facing the single story.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Wilkinson.
Thank you, Chair. I guess my line of questioning is not too dissimilar to Councillor Young's in the sense that whilst he was looking even at the screen now, talking about the privacy on those 3 rear properties from what I can understand on that image, I'm also considering that western side at the rear of the property, which is the driveway side. Was there additional screening put in place given that there's looks like a pool and a maybe a shack. It's larger than a shack, but a built form at the back of the property as well. Just as far as that, if there were windows, which I believe there are windows that face out that way, could the same be considered on that?
Through the chair, are you referring to the rear property?
Correct. So rear, same but opposite side, because from what I can see of that image, is that, or are those balconies on the front side where the driveway is? I'm just trying to get my bearings on that.
It's the driveway.
Through the chair, so the balconies run along one side of the development over the driveway, but you can see the back portion in, let's call it the lower left of the screen today, overlooks to the rear of the site.
On the flip side of that, I believe there's 2 bedrooms. Is it on the other side? Not above the balcony, on the other side.
On the top level above the rear-facing patio, private open space area, is that what you're referring to?
Correct. Is that where because there's 3 bedrooms as I understand in this. One faces where those windows show above the balconies, outwards.
Yep.
The other 2 are on the other side, facing the other property. Is the same privacy screening being applied at those rear units on the other side? That's what I'm asking. As far as being in the open space of... context.
If you're referring to the windows along the side, the long side of the development there, Councillor?
Yeah.
The setback for that upper level, I think, is approximately 3 metres.
Right.
Which exceeds the acceptable outcome for 2.5 metres at that level. Given the separation from that side boundary, we're comfortable that we don't put any screening on those. And as Alicia mentioned before, I'm more concerned about screening your general living areas that you're spending a considerable amount of time in. So that's your living areas, your kitchens, as opposed to your bedrooms. I'm not overly concerned about bedrooms. You tend to be in there for limited periods of the day. And when you are, you shut your own blinds if you want some privacy. Further to that, the room's also orientated so that if you have a look on page 163 of your agenda, you can see where the bedroom is, where the bed in that room is likely going to be located. So the window is likely above that bed, which should also address some of those privacy overlooking concerns you might be referring to.
Councillor Martin.
Thanks, Chair. Question on the uplift. So is it right? So 2-storey, 9-metre code. This proposal is 10 metres. What's the full uplift in terms of metres potential?
You're correct there, Councillor Martin. So we could potentially get a 3-storey, 13.5 metre high building if we took the full 50% uplift. So we're looking at 3 storeys, 10 metres, being cognizant of the fact that we could achieve a 6 multiple dwelling with partial 3rd storeys up to 9 metres as a code accessible outcome. There is no density trigger. So yes, we are over the density. It's only a height trigger. So we could still deal with the same number of units with a partial 3rd storey at 9 metres as a code outcome.
Thank you. And what I typically see in my division is also, the non-storey but a rooftop. This obviously doesn't have that proposed. So the lodge and are these the changes that have been secured through that notification process?
Through the chair, that's correct, in response to officers' information requests as well as meetings with the submitters as well.
Yeah. And I just wondered if you could talk to the frontage width. Heard earlier around a shared pedestrian and VXO. But is there benchmarks around a minimum frontage width, or, how does this compare in other sort of applications or our city plan around frontage for this application?
Through the chair, the minimum frontage width for the acceptable outcome is 20 metres and this site is 15 metres.
Have we seen similar outcomes in the surrounding area?
Through the chair, we have seen a fair few similar outcomes with, teens, mid-teens for frontage width. What we're really trying to achieve there is a sufficient amount of access for vehicles down the side and some space for landscaping. So typically for these gun barrel type of developments, we usually see 1 or 2 visitor car parks in front of the building. Some space for landscaping in the front there to make sure they're softening the streetscape and contributing positively to the street. and still achieving safe and convenient access. And this proposal achieves all those requirements with the 2 visitor spaces in the front, and as Alicia mentioned, 2 trees conditioned within the frontage setback area.
Questioned out. We'll go to Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Chair. I have actually given a change recommendation to council support, and I've given a copy to each one of the committee members.
Right. So Councillor O'Neill did provide an advance. So I'm happy to, as always, when that occurs, give the opportunity for it to be tested. Okay. I will foreshadow the officer recommendation so that we've got something to fall back on.
Would you like me to read the recommendation out?
Councillor O'Neill, you did the good courtesy of everyone having a copy in advance. So I'm guessing everyone's had a chance to read it. So I think we can probably avoid that.
Go straight to debate.
If there is a seconder for the change recommendation, then we can open debate. Councillor Young for debate is happy to second the change recommendation. Councillor O'Neill to open debate.
Look, acknowledging the team and the efforts put into this assessment, and certainly acknowledging the changes that were made by the applicant through the assessment process, I still cannot support the application in its current form. And that's mainly to do with the amenity for both neighbouring properties. I don't believe that the built form adequately addresses privacy, bulk or scale or neighbourhood character. Binya Avenue is a street where it's predominantly single, double-storey. There's a couple of duplexes. This building does appear to be an overdevelopment of the site being 766 square metres. It's also, I think, does not meet the expectations for an RD3 zoned area. The density is almost double. The direct overlooking into neighbouring private outdoor areas like pools, entertainment spaces, and just basically backyards where children and their parents recreate. I think it's the insufficient screening and setback as a clear loss of residential amenity for both neighbours. I'll go back to the excessive bulk and scale. The built form, I think, is visually dominant on this block and out of proportion with surrounding dwellings. And it has been said to me by the neighbours that it actually presents as a multi-unit intensity rather than being a compatible residential form. And visiting the site, I have to agree with them. The overdevelopment and density, I think I like the building itself, but I think it'd be more appropriate on a larger site. And certainly with better setbacks. I think the applicant was dependent on the 50% uplift to achieve the density as well, which again is double. And it sets a precedent for Binya Avenue. And while I acknowledge the officer recommendation, I am not satisfied that this proposal appropriately addresses the key performance outcomes of the city plan, particularly in relation to the privacy, bulk and neighbourhood character. The development represents an overdevelopment of the site, and I just can't support this application in its current form. I do feel for the neighbours. I think that they will probably have to make certain changes to their properties if this does get approved, which I don't think is fair to them. One of the neighbours has been there for over 40 years in a single dwelling and does rely on her backyard privacy. So I'm just asking for the support of the committee to refuse this application. Thank you.
I'll speak against the change recommendation. I'll start with by addressing the first point of Councillor O'Neill's change recommendation. That's the reference to the 10-metre building height. As officers outlined, under the 50% uplift test, you could go to 13.5 metres here. The 10 metres is only at the very front of the skillion, so as the diagram shows, it's got a skillion roof, so on one side of the property it meets the 9 metres, it's code. The skillion roof means that at the highest point for the one section is at 10 metres and it drops down, so I don't believe that's a particularly strong reason to say no to this. In point 2, it talks to a prescribed 50% site cover. Probably just to clarify, that's that's not prescribed. That's an acceptable outcome is the 50%. So not prescribed, but at 55.9%, while getting up there in site coverage, it is within the realm of other approvals that we have given in this kind of zoning and other locations around the city. I appreciate the density argument, but as we've had on a lot of occasions, density is an overlay trigger. We see most applications seeking to go well beyond the overlay density. And I think that does here again because it just reflects the real world. Point 3 of the change recommendation talks to the frontage of the site. The question was asked very specifically of officers if there was a concern with that, if there had been assessment done of the reduced width and that created a car and pedestrian issue. The feedback from officers was very clear that they are comfortable with the 15-metre width site frontage and that it doesn't create a safety concern in their eyes, and that, again, it is something we have approved on other sites. I'd like to address the privacy and overlook element that's been discussed a little bit today too. I don't accept that as an argument because I could go buy this block of land and build a single detached dwelling with a closer setback to the boundary than this thing proposes and not be expected to have privacy on my windows over any kind of blades. They are single dwellings next door, so I could just go build a 2-storey house next door to their properties and I would be overlooking their property. So I don't really accept that argument. I do accept that there's obviously multiple dwellings in this site, so that's increased, but that's going to come with having redevelopment occur when it's a lot of single houses that as 2- and 3-storey things develop through this area, that's going to happen to sites. So I don't accept that argument. I do accept that officers responded to submitted concerns and have added additional screening, additional privacy elements to the development to help address those. So I don't believe the change recommendation should be supported, and we'll be looking to support the foreshadowed with the officer recommendation. Speaker for the motion. In that case, Councillor O'Neill to close debate.
Thanks, Chair, and I acknowledge what you've said, but I still believe this is an overdevelopment of the site, and there are privacy issues and will be privacy issues. I think the residents in that street always expected a little bit more density, and they're certainly not against development, but I do believe that their amenities are going to be compromised. So, again, I'll ask for the committee support on my motion. Thank you.
Debate is closed. We'll take the vote. All those in favour? Against? The change recommendation is lost. The foreshadowed motion becomes the live motion. I'm happy to move that motion, seconded by Councillor Young. So I'm happy, I'll move it, and I'm happy to hear your suggested amendment before I actually second it, Councillor.
Just trying to address that privacy screening to the eastern boundary, and the suggestion would be requiring the installation of fixed external battens. Would that be the correct term? Thank you. To protect the, or to limit the overlooking on the adjacent property.
Can officers provide words to that effect?
Through you, Mr. Chair, just clarifying it's the upper level, Councillor Young.
Yes, thank you.
So I can assist.
So, Mr. Sharp, if you could assist with words for officers, for our support staff to get that into effect.
Excuse me.
Councillor Young, with that amendment, are you happy to second the motion?
Thanks, Chair. Yep.
Okay, so we'll, and Councillor Young will second. Yeah, that's okay. Councillor Martin, ask your question.
Just my question to officers was, looking at the renders, I thought there was battening on that upper level, on the third level, on the I can't work out if it's east or west here, but
181.
Yeah, on the slides.
Through this, through the chair, bedroom one, the master bedroom, has battens on that side, but this is the opposite side of the building where there are no battens.
So he's suggesting above the balcony side?
Councillor Young, it's the above balcony side that you're looking to make this change to?
It's the eastern interface, the upper level, not the balconies. They've
Brown,
already
you
got
just want to go check,
Yeah.
have a look at what Councillor Young is pointing
Yeah,
to.
the third level.
Yeah, we're talking about these ones here above the.
No, that's the western.
Yeah, we've got battens all over these ones, so they're all pretty good.
No, this is the western.
Whichever
This
one
is
it
the
is,
eastern.
this is the one that you want to get the batten
Yes.
on.
Yeah, yeah. This image here.
Yes.
Thank you.
Does that mean they can get rid of the tinted windows?
No, if it's a condition, they have to keep it.
It's no different than before, is it?
This year committee is just haywire.
Should into another one. Regulation. Give it to Glenn, he'd like it.
And so this is referring to the changed recommendation or changed conditions.
I've got a lot of these in my area. And I look at the top ones. There's some screen. I like that one, isn't it? That's got screen.
So I should have seen there's a couple of examples, that Shelley's area where, the first on the street, that right up to the property next door is being developed, that mirror each other, and that's actually all about outcome.
Well, no, I was just
No,
looking at
on
some
the
of
other
the
side.
ones in my area, because I've got a lot of these, but they do seem to have screening on that top level window, which was weird that this one doesn't. And let's get to a good picture of it. Yeah, so that's the balcony. So you can see they've got.
Yeah. Oh, maybe they just slatted windows. You know, those.
Of louvers.
Could
like
be,
a more
yeah.
basic one. So many of them.
I've seen them where they just have the fixed things and they're just like.
Okay, officers have been able to provide some words to affect Councillor Young's amendment. Councillor Young, you happy with those? Very good. Is there any other questions on the recommendation? So I think we've gone fairly heavily on this one already. So just to say that I'm happy to support Councillor Young's inclusion of the additional privacy element. I do acknowledge very strongly Councillor O'Neill's comments on this one, and would invite her that if she believes, if there's support from the committee for the density, but you believe there's other additions that might improve the privacy or screening or other elements to address some of those direct neighbour emitters, happy to hear those before full council as well, but that might not be the case. I'm happy to support the recommendation. Anyone who wishes to speak against the motion? Councillor O'Neill.
I'll just be brief. Just for all the reasons that I stated that I wanted to change recommendation, the reasons I'm not supporting this, the officers, and again acknowledging that the officers have actually done their job, but I think it could have been a lot better scenario. Thank you.
I'm going to close by simply saying that I think this is another great example again of one of the items in the new planning scheme to be looking at pretty closely. So when we talk about achieving more dwelling topology and dwelling choice in these areas, when we're not talking about towers, this is one of those options. So duplexes and triplexes are one thing, but quadplex and then 5 and 6s on slab construction, that is a key part of that ability to achieve dwelling supply and achieve it at a more affordable rate. Or the counter side is understanding what we want it to look like and how it interacts with parts as well. So we're going to see a lot more of these kind of proposals, I suspect. So concentrating on them a little bit more on the new planning scheme about what that looks like and what we want to see in those areas is important. Debate is closed. We'll take the vote. All those in favour? Against? Councillor Gates, how are you voting? For or against? For. Please record Councillor O'Neill as against, and Councillor Gates was in the affirmative. Councillors, that moves us to item 6.5. Our required Palm Beach item for every round. Every round. Scott, good afternoon to you, scarily. We will take the presentation. Yep.
Sorry. Morning. I'm Scott. Item 6.5 is for another change to an existing 16-unit, 29-metre high multiple dwelling. The proposed outcome seeks to increase the total number of units from 16 to 20 and in turn increase the building height. This height increase triggers the application to impact assessment and the uplift test within specific outcome 3.3.2.19. In accordance with this test, the applicant proposes amendments to the facade to achieve an excellent standard of design. Sorry, is that time? The comparison between the approved and proposed development is shown on the screen. The approved outcome on the left-hand side and the proposed on the right. As can be seen, the additional height is included within the recessed upper levels, and additional landscaping has been included and a higher quality facade proposed. And a high quality facade is achieved by a more refined outcome, some rippled concrete, some more texture going through there, and additional landscaping, as well as the inclusion of a defined vertical recess elements that extend from the bottom of the tower to the top. Subject site is shown on the right-hand side with the red border showing its boundaries. The site fronts the esplanade of Palm Beach, and both included in the medium-density residential zone east of the neighbourhood centre. So the subject site, as it is at the moment, is seen on the screen. Like I said, it's in the medium-density residential zone, has a frontage of 20 metres and a depth of around 41 metres. It slopes towards the esplanade as well. Another side profile of the development can be seen on the screen, highlighting the high quality design, the vertical recess elements and the recess to the upper story. Extent of glazing is also shown through this perspective, which lightens that built form as it increases above 29 metres. The proposed ground level shown on the screen, it includes more textured elements to the driveway through this change application, an introduced lighting feature, and increases the planter box dimensions as well. This supports an increased volume of landscaping and will provide for a more larger tree than what was originally proposed in the code outcome. Typical floor levels of the proposed development retain the 2-unit per floor arrangement. Each unit will continue to provide 3 bedrooms. Through changes to the facade, some modest increases to the side setbacks are proposed, achieving generally 3 metres. Outermost projection will be 2.7, but there's recesses there at 4 metres. This movement provides a high degree of visual interest to the side elevations. The new introduced levels include one unit per level, or with 4 bedrooms. These upper levels are generally set back 3.7 to the slab edges and 4 metres to the wall, providing a defined recess to the floors below. Councillors, as we know, Palm Beach has recently been experienced an uptake in tower developments. The figure at the top shows a selection of approved mid-rise towers and high-rise towers. The towers below 29 metres are represented in green, and those above and up to 43.5 metres in red. There's 4 key examples shown in below, the perspectives of those previous approved developments, and there's some elements that the application draws from these to reinforce the local entity and sense of place. That includes defined slab edges, articulated balconies, vertical recesses and recessed upper levels, and a coastal colour scheme. In support of the application, the applicant prepared the photo montage, which we can see, showing the development within, as would be seen along Gold Coast Highway. As we can see, it's not readily seen from this perspective and therefore reinforces the local identity and sense of place. Due to the limited visibility of the tower from the Gold Coast Highway, the development's interface with the esplanade will be where the proposal is mostly viewed from. This development responds well to this esplanade, the beach and the pedestrian oceanway, which is a key recreational corridor through Palm Beach. The development achieves an excellent standard of design at this street and recreational area through its slender built form, interesting and articulated balcony, provision of dense volume of landscaping, and the inclusion of a feature lighting through revised driveway and VXO. This provides interest at twilight and night when there'd be a lot of people moving through the space along the oceanway. You can see that twilight image on the right. So obviously it was impact accessible and went to public notification. There were 375 properly made objections and 51 not properly made objections. Some of the objections that were raised included the access to the site, given the narrowness of the esplanade, shadow impacts to the beach, although the shadows don't extend over to the beach, infrastructure implications, construction impacts, again, given the narrowness of that roadway. A call for the application to be seen here at full council and committee, and the community's development expectations and amenity considerations. There are 2 properly made submissions in support were received. So looking at the location of those submissions, a lot of those were in the south of the city, but they're scattered throughout. In the immediate area, some objections were received, but they weren't received from any of the adjoining neighbouring properties. In fact, one of the adjoining properties provided a submission in support. Councillors, in conclusion, the proposal delivers an improved outcome to an existing tower through increased setbacks, visual design improvements and landscaping treatments. Ensuring a high-quality design building is provided at a key recreational area of the city. This high-quality outcome is achieved as the higher-order benchmarks of the city plan have been triggered due to the increased building height. We therefore recommend support.
Questions for officers, councillors? Councillor Martin.
Thanks, Chair. Got a few. I'll try and be quick. I noticed no pad mount transformer on the front edge of this site. Just seeking confirmation of that, and has Energex provided that, because I found that quite unusual.
Through the chair, they did have provision for a pad mount transformer at that sort of southern portion of the site, where the landscaping treatment is sort of behind the waste cabinet. That appears to be left off that drawing, but
that's that little box with the 2 doors.
That would be the hydrant booster and that sort of thing.
Yep, that's water.
It would be behind that.
Sorry, so you got the hydrant booster there with the cabinet. Where would the pad mount go?
Well, it could go behind that, or beside that hydrant booster.
Yeah. Is there a reason that wasn't? Because I guess my concern is that's of that frontage. That's where the landscaping, the deep planting is. So just really, I guess, concerned that could impact the deep planting there, and how come it wasn't shown on the plans?
So through the chair, they may not need a pad mount transformer, given the number of dwellings within the street. That will be required for further investigation at a later time. So I suspect that's why it's not been.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just for some clarification on that, we have had discussions with Energex, and when you're around about the 40 units and above, that categorically will need a pad mount. When units are around the 20-metre mark, 20-unit mark, there may well need a pad mount, sometimes not, depending on how much energy is in the grid. So originally it was 16 units. It would have been under that 20-unit threshold. Getting up to 20, like this application does, it would have been just a discussion with Energex whether a pad mount was needed or not. So that's the reason why some developments have pad mounts and some don't. That's just discussions the applicant and council has with Energex.
Thank you, Roger.
Thank you. So could I ask, is there confirmation from Energex that it is not required, that council receives to confirm that?
Through the chair, not at this stage. It's just at the development assessment stage.
Okay. And if one is needed in the future, how can officers ensure we protect that vegetation?
Through you, Mr. Chair, at this stage, Scott's right, there has been no clarification from Energex whether a pad mount is required or not. For this application, it's not, because, like I said, it's horses for courses depending on how much energy is in the system. So if at a later date, and which does happen a lot, negotiations will happen between Energex city officers and the applicant, and we'll let you know if and when a pad mount is required. But at this stage, there is not one required.
Okay. Roger, if it is required, does it trigger a minor change? So it'd be a minor change, and therefore landscape assessment would have a chance to review the overall landscape outcome and possibly insist on additional planter boxes or something somewhere else to counter the loss of the landscaping in the garden bed?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think a minor change would be the appropriate application.
Yeah. And that is typically, so when those negotiations occur, if it's required, it would trigger a minor change, probably amongst other things that happen when you get the construction stage. But it does allow for reassessment of landscaping to make sure the intent that was given to the landscaping statement is delivered.
Through you, Mr. Chair, correct.
Yeah. Councillor Martin.
Thank you. So just seeking to understand traffic here, because the Esplanade's extremely narrow, other than the ocean where there's no footpaths. Is there additional road width secured through this proposal for the Esplanade?
So through the chair, the application is an other change application. So the original application included conditions that required some road widening to the Esplanade. This proposed change application does not alter any of those conditions that have already been imposed.
So could I just clarify for the previous, because it didn't come to count, like it was a delegated. Are you able to clarify how?
Yeah, I can.
Thank you.
No, my apologies. It doesn't appear to be there, but the road widening will occur if I bring up the. Here we go. See where the bollards are, the wooden bollards that are fronting the pathway there. They'd be removed, or conditioned to be removed and relocated closer to the pathway, and that road widening would occur. That'd achieve a 5.5 metre wide road and access into the site. And the applicant was also required to have a wider driveway as well as part of the original application.
Okay.
It's condition 24 as part of the approval.
And the applicant will fully fund that widening?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Thanks. So you mentioned driveway. Just if you can go back to the ground plane, I guess the observation is there's a lot of concrete at the site, like more than half is concrete, and I assume to have the loading bay as well as so. I found that quite unusual. I'm just trying to understand how that will be the excellent standard of appearance with so much concrete at the frontage there.
So through the chair.
Are they required to have a rigid vehicle standing zone?
Yeah, so through the chair, I'll answer Councillor Young's question there because it ties into the reasoning of that wider driveway. They are required to have an MRV because of the narrowness of the Esplanade, to have a waste service vehicle access the site and reverse out and make the required manoeuvrings. They would need that space. The driveway that's delivered is only slightly larger than a double driveway because there's a holding bay there to provide access down to the basement area.
If you don't mind, just further to that, if the road is being widened, then would the MRV pad still be required?
Through the chair, it would, yeah, just to get a manoeuvring within the site itself, more so than into the site.
Councillor Martin, back to you.
Thanks. Showing on the actual current site, there's street lights there. It appears one's right in front of that. Is that being retained in this? I know there's an existing power pole which is being conditioned that runs the actual power, but there is actually a street light and it's not shown on any of the drawings. So just seeking clarity that's not being removed.
There's a street light out the front of the site.
Yeah, if you scroll back to perhaps where you were talking about the road widening, I think it showed the development site. Yep, so you can see that behind the black fencing there in the top left in the middle.
Yep, okay. So I'm not too sure what's happening with that exact street light. I'd say it would obviously have to be removed to facilitate the development. That would have been considered as part of the original application. Its relocation, but a lot of the pedestrian activity is, of course, going to be on the Ocean Way. It's on the other side of the street.
Sorry, yes, I'm not quite sure. So you're saying, well, could I get clarification from, even if you have to take it on notice about that particular street light, because it forms a sequence for that esplanade?
I'd have to take it on notice, Councillor.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, maybe a way to deal with this now is to simply put an extra condition on that post-construction, the street light be reinstated.
Roger, I'm happy to get the fuller answer because I'm going to guess that some kind of assessment by someone in traffic says where street lights need to be or not. So it may be that a traffic engineer has said there's no need for a street light in this location after a building's there. So if we can get clarification from Football Council on the street light, and if there's a need to add that in, we can. But let's just get the full answer before we go adding anything in. Councillor Martin.
Thank you. So then, looking at the upper levels and privacy. So note we've had this is the other change, but just if you could go to the photo montage of the upper levels, it appears because they are full floor, they're glass on both sides. So I guess my question is, how is privacy and amenity being protected? Noting that previous council meeting. There is a full uplift 14-storey building to the south of this site that I don't think contemplated this. So I guess, I have concerns about privacy. How will that be protected?
So through the Chair, as you pointed out, there is a development that's approved to the south of this site that reaches roughly the same height. There isn't a development to the north of the site that isn't approved at this height at this stage. So in relation to privacy, there's about an 8-metre setback between the two developments at that height. Given that both of the units within each of those towers are single-floor units, they're 4-bedroom or thereabouts for the neighbouring site, there's avenues for applicants residents to relocate to other areas of the site without impacting on the privacy of the joining site. But we're also happy with the separation and the level of articulation between the two buildings to avoid some privacy issues. At the below 29 metres, there's some conditions across both developments to include some additional screening elements and opaque window treatments, as there's some instances of direct sight lines at those locations.
Is this a case of, again, if they want privacy, they shut their curtains?
Yes, or could move to the other side of the building.
Yep.
I'm just trying to understand that comment, though, through your Chair, because on the northern side, it's the master bedroom in the northeast corner. You can't move to the other side of the building. I mean, it's shut the blinds, but I guess thinking about the prior application we just did, we added screening to a 3-storey. Is there any treatment, glazing, like reflective, is there any window treatment tinting that would stop or limit, the visibility to those upper levels above 29 metres?
So through the Chair, not currently proposed. We have recommended that treatment be included at below 29 metres where those direct sight lines are present, but at the upper levels we were comfortable with the privacy outcome given the additional distance separation that's achieved through the recess elements, and as we said, you can move around that entirety of the floor.
Chair, I wonder if you could go to someone else. I think I've just got to find my notes. I had one more question.
Councillor Young.
Pardon me. What is the actual height of this building, including the roof on the top, please?
Through you, Mr Chair, the applicant has applied for a height of 41.4 metres. Now, we do have some sections and elevations which probably show that the building does slightly encroach above that 41.4.
Quite a bit.
There is, but it's definitely below the 43.5. Now, there is an active diurnal natural ground level which will somewhat confuse how to take natural ground level. If the councillors consider that they want some certainty with height, I suggest that we devise a condition requiring a licensed surveyor to certify and provide a certification to council prior to certain milestones, such as the pouring of the basement floor, just to confirm that the height of the building is below 43.5 metres.
Follow-up, Councillor Young?
So further to that, I'm having to look through the phone because the print is so tiny, but it says here the water level for the pool at the top is 45.9 metres.
That's the
RL 45.9. And then obviously the roof is above that. I mean, in my thinking, 43.5 is 43.5, not 45.9.
Through you, Mr Chair, the RL will be the Australian height datum, or basically the sea level, and the natural ground level is higher than that. So we do get RLs which will differ from the natural ground level height.
Thank you.
Councillor Gates?
Thank you. And this is just a personal request, given that Councillor Young has raised the height. I recognise that page 309 of this report has some images with stories and metres identified, but when we're going through these reports, on page 296, there's, it's not always easy for us to know how high a building is, because sometimes it's in metres, sometimes it's in stories, and in this report it's in unit numbers. So it talks about 444, the Esplanade being 31 units, a 60-unit site adjoining, and then it goes on to say that one to the south is 94 units, but it doesn't mention the heights. And so when in your mind you're trying to give consideration to an application, it would be so much easier if we had the heights in the same, not stories or metres, but just have you found where the metres all are?
Through you, Mr Chair, look, Brownie's helped me out. It's page 309 and 310.
I saw 309 and 10.
Yeah, so we do have a breakdown of heights in metres and stories.
Yeah, I did mention that in my preamble, that it is there, but it's not in the section. So I mean, it's a lot of work to go to each one of those individually and find out which one is where. And I'm just asking, can we just include the metres if we're working in metres, or the stories, and the unit numbers don't really matter? Thank you.
Questions?
I did have one other question.
Question.
My other question was, I'm a bit surprised at the montage that they supplied in support of this application on page 311, and I'm wondering how the officers consider that montage achieves City Plan's desire for slender buildings and a varied skyline, because that's not what we're seeing here as a result of all these approvals. So is there, in order to try and achieve that outcome, is there consideration given to existing approvals in the assessment of another one that is at the same height or very similar to all the buildings that have been approved around it?
So through the chair, a lot of those buildings are sort of greyed out, as you can see, but there is a variance in height through that stretch. There's an older stock development that sits just below 29 metres, which is in sort of the foreground there, moving to a 29 metre and then a 43.5 tower along the Gold Coast Highway frontage. So there is a level of variance there. The other thing to consider is the treatments to the top of the development. So we've got that recessed upper levels and also that sort of pool deck area with its structure. So there's variance in its architectural form between all those towers as well as those heights.
Perhaps their montage doesn't really indicate that.
Okay.
Looks bulky. Sorry. Doesn't it?
Councillor Martin, we're back to you.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. At the risk of, I mean, we're going over some old ground, but we have a new planning committee, so would thank you for some patience. But in respect of, we've got a cluster here of 3, and I think under assessment, so potentially 4 full uplift 14-storey buildings, all side by side with 6 metre, I think, setbacks. And I still come back to the limited circumstances, and just the outcomes we're seeing are not in this cluster limited. Is this? Do you see these 4 towers side by side achieving the intent of the city plan and the limited circumstances?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Every application shall be assessed on an evaluative process. Now, this application provides the setbacks, the site cover. It's a relatively small floor plate at less than 400 square metres. I suppose the purpose of the diagram that you're looking at is to actually, it does show that there is somewhat of a cluster, but it does show from the Gold Coast Highway and a lot of vantage or vista points that this particular tower will have a negligible impact upon any adverse outlooks from various positions on the Gold Coast Highway. As I said before, it's an evaluative process. This particular application does provide sound setbacks. Site cover is in the order of 50%. It has a lot of architectural merit, as Scott has alluded from the esplanade. It has very high quality finishes. So really, in answer to your question, it is a cluster, and look, we're not denying that, and that's an observation that we can all make. But there's nothing in the city plan that actually says you can't have clusters. And I'll use the word for the 3rd time. It's an evaluative process, and this application has been assessed under the city plan in relation to specific assessment benchmarks, and officers are of the firm opinion that this tower meets the uplift provisions and should be supported.
Thank you for that explanation.
He says through gritted teeth.
Yeah. No, thank you. Just on the submitters, obviously it attracted quite a lot locally. You had the whole of city and you had just the street level. Do you have a suburb level? Typically we see that kind of suburb.
Through the chair, I can't recall if I did include the suburb level sort of zoomed in area for this particular application. I don't know if it's in there. Oh, there is a suburb one, sorry. Yes. 340, page 348, Councillor.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I guess my request would be that's also in the future slides if we show whole of city and street level. I don't have any further questions at this point, Chair.
If there's no further questions, seeking a mover for the item. I'm happy to move the item, but would seek a seconder to open debate. Councillor Wilkinson is happy to second. Appreciate the questions on this tower proposal today. I think the questions around the outcome of the clustering of towers and what that looks like is an interesting one, and one that as we see more redevelopment occur, not just in Palm Beach but other parts of the city, is something to consider, that there was a vision through this planning scheme of a varied and orderly skyline. We've had lots of debate about that of are we achieving that? And again, pointing to the new planning scheme, if that continues to be a vision, do we need to change the wordings or possibly have benchmarks in the assessment table that allow officers to consider the greater clustering of towers and what that looks like? Coming very much back to this site, but I think this is a excellent outcome. The code-approved tower was pretty good, but I think this is a much superior outcome in terms of the look of the building. The architecture is very high quality. The additional landscaping outcomes and improvements, I think, will make this a very stunning building along this part of the coastline. I acknowledge that they chose to go to single floor plate for the increased levels, which has allowed for an additional setback to be included, which means we're going to have a greater separation between the towers on those upper levels, which is a good outcome. Overall, very supportive of what's being put forward. It adds a few additional units to the development, but still remains compliant with car parking outcomes, setback outcomes, landscaping outcomes. Councillor Martin raised a concern on the privacy of the amount of glass. I'm pretty comfortable that the developer understands what the people who would be looking to buy these units are interested in having, and if they're proposing that, I guess it's because it's what the market wants to see. But again, if Councillor Martin wants to look possibly before council at suggesting that those glass have a treatment on them to help with privacy, would be welcome to do so. That will be enough on this one from me. Very happy to support this application. Speaker against the recommendation, Councillor Martin.
Chair, just before speaking against, I wondered if you'd accept an amendment now to condition that privacy glazing treatment be applied to the windows of the building above 29 metres.
So this would be the same requirement as the levels below, so
yeah.
Just be reflecting over the whole building.
That's what I understand, that it's been conditioned below 29, but I think clearly that above 29 is the main concern and the main glass, and that should be extended to the whole building.
I'm happy to accept that as an amendment, and I'm guessing that will be a relatively easy condition to update. Mr. Sharp or Brownie, Scott, which condition do we need to target?
Just take out level 1A.
Through the chair, it could be condition 2, or the meta drawing condition.
Delete that file.
Struggling to find the page, sorry.
Through you, Mr. Chair, a suggestion might be on page 374, so it's Roman numerals 1 and 2. To achieve the intent of what Councillor Martin's after, we could just simply delete on level 1 to 8, so that the condition would read all bedroom 3 windows to all units are to include.
If that achieves the intent Councillor Martin is seeking, I'm happy for those to be the changes.
And then again for part 2 of that condition.
Officers, could we assist our support staff with getting those words locked in?
Yeah, I'm seeking just the treatment to the windows. I understand bolting on things would completely change the design.
Okay. Yep. Okay. If someone able to, if we can do this very quickly. I'm fine with that. Guys, don't be too worried. Like, you can always review it before full council, we can tidy up before then if need be. Yep. Yep. I don't think I've tried that joke before. Should I give it a go? Leash. What's up? So I'm happy to accept those words as an amendment for today, and then before council officers will just triple check that it doesn't have any other consequences, and that'll give the applicant an opportunity just to see if they've got a concern with it either that they might want to point out. So Josh, we might have to at full council tidy it up a little bit further, but happy to accept it as an intent to move forward with today, accept it as an amendment, and go back to you to speak against.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for accepting that amendment, because I think that does assist with privacy given the changing environment down there. I think 375 objections and it's quite widespread in Palm Beach, and I think it talks to a suburb that's dealing with not just growth, not just density, but the uplift provision, and it's quite. We've seen uplifts today when it's 3-story, and it's a it's a jolt. Excuse me. Sorry. But at 29 metres going to close to 43 is a massive jump. I am somewhat, I appreciate it's a nicely designed building, and some of the outcomes that have been secured through this process have been good, and widening the road, securing some of that greenery. But I think for me, the frustration is the city plan. Again, the clustering of full uplifts. I don't think, I certainly know, and it's supported by the objections, is seeing them clustered around creates this intensity. And so I'm again pointing to new city plan as just seeking to review that uplift scheme. And, frustratingly, this was endorsed in 2016 in the city plan. And so I note that whilst I would love to see that more varying skyline, I take the point that I'm trying to think, evaluative process of each application is difficult to give to one and not to the next door. So I can't support it on the basis that I just don't think the outcome is what my community is telling me they are seeking. So I'll be taking these learnings into the new city plan, but I can't support this application today as I didn't support the neighbouring sites for the full uplift. Thanks.
About the new planning scheme.
About the change here,
Sorry, about the change, yes.
Yeah, because the original in the attachment was all bedroom 3 windows, which I presume was a particular location on the building. Now it's all bedroom windows. Is that clearly what we want?
I believe that officers understand that to be Councillor Martin's intent.
Thank you.
but I do suspect we'll have to do a tidy up at full council possibly, but that's fine. Closing debate, I acknowledge Councillor Martin's words that I really do think in the new planning scheme when we're talking about site suitability and then height, uplift tests or whatever it may be, there's a consideration to be had in this, because while we have seen in areas like Surfers Paradise and Broadbeach what the clustering of towers looks like and accept that in those high density areas, understanding how it is rolling out in medium density areas is important to understand, and it will be a decision for councillors to make in conjunction with officers, especially on the assessment side of things, if there is a need for the introduction of benchmarks to give them the ability to evaluate that, because at the moment it's really not a benchmark that is called out to be evaluated. So I agree with Councillor Martin, it's definitely new planning scheme territory and very worth looking at. However, again, this application on its merits under this scheme here today, I believe, should be supported and would seek committee support in doing so. Debate is closed. We'll take the vote. All those in favour? Division is called. For, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Gates, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor O'Neill. Against, Councillor Young, Councillor Martin. Councillors, we will move on to item 6.6.
Good afternoon, councillors. My name is Natasha Siddhiratar from the North Assessment Team, and today I'm presenting development permit for a material change of use for a place of worship and caretakers accommodation at 9 Vaughan Drive in Ormeau. The proposed development application is lodged in response to a show cause notice for operating a place of worship without an approval. On-street car parking was the cause of the complaint. The proposal seeks to utilise the existing dwelling house and outbuildings on the site with a minor extension to the garage footprint. The proposal seeks to establish a prayer centre for the South East Queensland Islamic Community Centre, providing daily prayer sessions within the retrofitted garage. The render on the screen is not an accurate representation of the siting of the development within the site and is indicative only. The application is subject to impact assessment as the proposed land use of a place of worship is not listed within the categories of development assessment table of the rural residential zone. City officers recommend approval subject to conditions. The subject site within the left image on the screen outlined in red is it has an area of 5,009 square metres with a 59 metre frontage to Vaughan Drive within the rural residential zone. The subject site benefits from 2 existing vehicle crossovers. The site is currently improved by a single-storey dwelling house and detached garage. The site has a gentle sloping topography from the street edge towards the rear of the site. The image on the right-hand side of the screen shows that the surrounding area is characterised by large rural residential lots, in addition to the neighbourhood centre area on the corner of Peachy Road and Vaughan Drive. The neighbourhood centre supports multiple commercial uses, including large retail establishments, smaller scale commercial developments, a tavern, and also a petrol station. The subject site is separated immediately to the south by 2 rural residential lots, which are improved by 2 childcare centres, showing the commercial intent to the south of the subject site. To the immediate north of the site is a vacant rural residential lot, and to the rear of the site is separated from the Pacific Motorway by the large open space lot. This broader character context has informed the assessment of amenity and character impacts. The following slide shows photos taken from a site visit. The proposal involves retaining the existing dwelling, which is on the top left-hand corner of the site, to be used for caretaker's accommodation, and converting the garage on the top right-hand corner with a modest extension to be the place of worship. All car parking will be provided within the site behind the existing dwelling and garage, which will be separated from the street frontage by the existing garage and also, the existing driveway and also the existing landscaping, which you can see in the bottom image along the site. The full site frontage, excluding the entry points, benefits from landscaping. The proposal is small in scale and it relies primarily on the reuse of the existing residential buildings and is also supported by strict operational controls. An operational management plan was provided by the applicant, which includes the scope of approval, which is limited to 50 visitors at any time within the site. Thanks, Roger. There will be a maximum of 5 prayer sessions between the hours of sunrise and sunset within the 24-hour period, and all car parking is to be accommodated within the site. No outdoor areas are to be used for the proposed place of worship activities. In response to the car parking concerns raised within the submissions, 32 car parking spaces have been provided, which achieves compliance with the Transport Code. All car parking is loaded behind the existing dwelling house and garage, and landscape screening ensures that the car park area is obscured from the view of the street and the immediately adjacent sites. All activities are limited to occur indoors, and doors and windows are required to remain closed during the prayer, and amplified sound is not permitted, including call to prayer or any music. Larger events, outdoor gatherings and festivals are expressly prohibited. These controls directly respond to concerns that were raised during the public notification period. The development remains a single-storey building, maintaining a low site cover of approximately 10.5%, with conditions recommended to ensure materials and finishes reflect a residential appearance. Importantly, the built form character is reflective of other rural residential development within the area. While the use is non-residential, places of worship are contemplated within the zone where impacts are appropriately managed. The limited scale, low site coverage and strict operational controls ensure the proposal does not disrupt the established character of the area. The following photos show the character of the immediate surrounding area. Within the top left-hand corner is one of the childcare centres which directly adjoins the subject site. The top right-hand image shows the large driveway which forms part of the childcare centre development, and that separates the subject site to the childcare centre. On the bottom left-hand corner, where you can see the purple flowered shrubs, that's the subject site, and that photo was taken from the vantage point of the subject site looking towards Peachy Road, where you can see the character transitioning to a more commercial development. It is of particular note that there are no rural residential lots between the subject site and towards the neighbourhood centre zone at the corner of Peachy Road and Vaughan Drive. You can see further on the bottom right-hand corner the commercial development which is within the neighbourhood centre. A significant number of submissions were received, consisting of 333 in objection and 296 in support. While the majority of the submissions were received outside of the city bounds, a large portion of submissions were received from the Ormeau area and the surrounding suburbs. As you can see on the map, the red indicators show the objections that were received within the surrounding area, and the blue nodes show the submissions in support of the development. The submissions and objection raised concerns primarily about traffic, car parking, noise, amenity, environmental impacts, precedent and objections to the Islamic faith. The matters which were relevant to the city plan were addressed through technical reports and conditions, including traffic modelling confirming acceptable network performance and acceptable outcome compliant car parking. Other city plan requirements were addressed through acoustic controls and the establishment of an environmental covenant at the rear of the site and offset strategy. Submissions and reports stated the need for a mosque within the northern Gold Coast area, highlighting the greater community benefits and the intent for inclusive social outcomes. The submitted map on the screen shows the immediate local area, where there was a mix of objections and support received. It is of particular note the significant amount of objections were received to the north of the site within Vaughan Drive. Of particular note, the traffic flows entering Vaughan Drive are anticipated from the corner of Peachy Road and Vaughan Drive on the southern end, and vehicle movements will not pass by those residents to the north of the subject site. While officers acknowledge the strengths of community views, the Planning Act requires that decisions are based on planning merit. With the conditions recommended, officers are satisfied that the proposal is appropriate for the site and complies with relevant city plan benchmarks. Accordingly, it is recommended that Council approve the development permit subject to conditions.
Questions for officers? Councillor Gates and Councillor O'Neill.
Well, I just wanted to correct something that was said then, Councillor Hamill, through you. Vaughan Drive goes in a big loop and it comes back onto Peachy Road further to the west. So it will be possible for vehicles to exit if they're travelling west and go around Vaughan Drive to exit at the further west connection with Peachy Road.
Through the chair, that is correct. The image on the screen shows Vaughan Drive outlined in orange and then Peachy Road in purple. So with the proximity of the southeast intersection where the neighbourhood centre zone is, that's the closest one to the M1, and it is anticipated that most of the traffic will be travelling in that direction coming along Peachy Road. However, there could possibly be participants who are travelling from the western areas of Ormeau, and they may enter Vaughan Drive from that western intersection. However, the subject site is still closer to the intersection at the centre zone, so it is anticipated that the majority of the traffic flow will be entering Vaughan Drive from that southeastern intersection.
I get that. Where I was heading was to ask a question, had you conditioned that, because you stated that no traffic would be heading to the north past those people who were submitters, but it may. But there's no condition, is there, to require traffic to exit at the closest point?
Through the chair, no, a condition hasn't been included to limit traffic movement external to the subject site, while there is no ability to limit the direction that the cars are travelling from. Officers don't consider that the volume of traffic that will be entering Vaughan Drive and driving past those residents will have significant amenity impacts to those residents.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Chair. I just got a couple of questions around the show cause notice that brought this forward. You said it was for the complaints were on street parking. Were there many complaints, and do we know how many cars were parking on the street rather than on the site?
With the complaint that was submitted to council, we had one complaint that was submitted highlighting the car parking within the street during the time that the place of worship was operating without an approval. So we don't have any numbers about the amount of cars that were parked out on the street, just the nature of the complaint.
And it was just one complaint from one resident?
As far as I know, yes, there was one complaint raised.
Okay. And you're assuming that 32 car parks on site will be enough for 50 people on site at any one time?
Through the chair, for 50 participants on the site at any time, the Transport Code requires 20 car parking spaces, and so officers consider that the provision of 32 car parking spaces is sufficient to support the development.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Young.
Thank you, Chair. On the aerial photograph, page 469, your figure 10, it's indicated, or it's evident, that there are a couple of other sizable sheds on the property. They're not part of the development as such, but will there be any conditions related to the retention or removal of those sheds?
Through the chair, yes, there is a condition requiring the removal of any other structures within the site that don't have approval, and that's been tied within the recommended timing condition. So prior to commencement of use, these structures must be removed.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Martin.
Thanks, Chair. Just interested in the rural residential zoning, and thank you. I think you provided other examples of other places of worship on that same zoning. I was interested, this one has services on Sunday and public holidays. Is that consistent with all places of worship in rural residential zones?
Through the chair, for this one, they have limited the hours of operation for the public holidays. I haven't reviewed the hours of operation and the operational parameters of other places of worship, but my understanding is that there are quite a number of place of worship establishments throughout the city, including within that rural residential zone, that do have events or sessions within Sundays and public holidays.
Okay. And so with the, understand the music has to be indoors. In the conditions, is it, is it broad enough that if sound were still to, because sometimes you have all the windows closed, and I've got places of worship in my area that still perhaps have some issues with neighbouring residents, does it have the ability in the conditions to, that if sound is still getting through, even with the door shut, that further sound deadening would need to happen?
Through the chair, through the conditions of approval and the operational management plan, it has been stipulated that there will be no amplified music, so any music or speaking would just be limited to conversations, and then any acoustic instruments as well. And in addition, we have included those conditions which require all the openings, windows and doors to be closed at all time, and through the acoustic recommendations as well, there was specific treatment to the building design to try and mitigate any of those problems. If any complaints are raised, or if amplified music is involved, that is a matter for development compliance.
Okay, thank you.
Would you mind going to the slide where you gave the local character analysis?
This one here?
Yes. So I find that very disingenuous, because all you've put in is photos of the commercial uses down the street, and didn't take a photo directly across the road of rural residential blocks, or to the north of this property, which is rural residential blocks. So they are definitely there, and they are part of the local character, but the fact there was no photo included of the rural resi directly across the road or to the north, I think was a bit disingenuous. Not a question, more of a statement. I don't have any questions, councillors, but I do have a change recommendation to go to, which I'm just happy to jump to that if that's easiest. If there's no more questions. I'm going to need a little bit of help from officers here, just identifying conditions to attach to. So I am happy to support the approval, but with 2 amendments. And I'll need condition numbers, I'm sorry. Condition 1 will be that it is a reduction of from 50 down to 40. And the other condition I wish to adjust based on submitted feedback is the operating hours, and remove the 4:30 and change it to 6 a.m. so it's in alignment with the commercial businesses next door.
Isn't that against their faith?
And they should have gone somewhere that has 24/7 use.
I won't be supporting.
Yeah.
Can't do that.
Mr. Chair. So that would be conditions 3, 7 to limit the numbers, and condition 14 would need to be amended to change the hours of operation.
150, 150. 50 is the minimum.
Please.
Sorry, through you. Given all of the other approvals for other places of worship that we've made, and the hours, I'm presuming, at other mosques are the same because that's the faith, to pray before the sun comes up, correct?
Yes, they have their first prayer session aligns with sunrise.
Sunrise. So this would have to be appealed by them because they couldn't operate.
Through the chair, potentially they may appeal the change to the hours of operation. However, it's noted that the Sunday hours of operation commence at 8 a.m. as proposed by the applicant. So they might be open to having amended hours of operation. Unsure at this stage.
Remembering too, Councillor, all those other ones given, they're not all Islamic faith places of worship. They are just places of worship. A lot of those don't have operating hours that early in the morning. I think there's only one of them that does.
No, but I don't believe we should be acting inappropriately to one type of faith where we know that their faith requires...
I'm happy for you to speak against it in debate, and I'll outline my reasons why I've made that change.
Could I check? Question. So, are you proposing the change? So from 4:30 a.m. start to 9:30 p.m. to 6 a.m. start to 9:30?
The end hour is fine with me because there are uses in the commercial that happen down the road that go that late, but the childcare centres next door in the rural res zone both open at 6 a.m. so it would bring in an alignment with that.
Thanks.
So they're my two proposed changes, and if there's a seconder who's happy to support that, I can, in debate, explain further my reasons for those. Councillor Wilkinson's happy to second. So that's fine. Councillor Young foreshadows the officer recommendation. So as outlined in the officer presentation, this application received quite a lot of submissions, and my office received quite a lot of correspondence on this one as well. Also had a lot of residents around there reach out for one-on-one meetings to explain what their concerns were as a resident versus some of the rhetoric that got out in amongst the Facebook post, which, to be very honest, was just anti the faith. It had nothing to do with the use there. It was just anti-Islam rhetoric. I was much more interested in understanding from residents who actually own and live in the area what their concerns were. The concerns were very much around the amount of on-street car parking that could come with this development and the issues that had, which prompted the show cause notice. And while there was an acknowledgement that there was now going to be on-site car parking at the back, there was a concern that for 50 people at site, that 31 car parks at the back wasn't enough, and that they would still have a lot of on-street car parking because of this. There was also a much broader concern around additional traffic in general into this area, which Peachy Road is a problem, and adding more to it was a concern. So the reduction is in reflection of that. So 31 car parks for 40 people, I think, is going to mean there's much less chance of on-street car parking need to be used, or not as much of it, and it's going to address that concern. And then the small reduction also just helps with the concern around additional traffic impact around the area. The timing condition of 6 a.m, as I mentioned before, aligns with there was an acceptance from residents in this area that the childcare uses next door start at 6 a.m. And so you're already having additional cars come into the street and turn into those driveways. So 6 a.m. on this site would be more appropriate. I respect the rural residential area in wanting to keep that particular amenity, and I don't believe having 20, 30, 40, 50 cars coming into the street at 4:15 in the morning turning into this use maintains that. However, 6 a.m. is appropriate. I fully acknowledge that this doesn't align with the faith, that 4:30 or for sunrise is their prayer time. However, they could have chosen a site that allowed 24/7 use and have met that. It was their choice to lodge this in the rural residential zone. It was their choice to lodge it and go through this application process. So I am more focused on the community's expectations versus what their faith calls for. I don't think it should be reverse engineered around that way. The other part for the reduction, so Aquila Way, I think I've got that wrong, but the other place of worship that is for the Islamic faith, which is pointed to in the report, is a larger site than this one, but is restricted to 40 people. So there's an element of acknowledgement there as well, that if that's the precedent that officers are going to point to, then let the precedent be the precedent. Overall, there are going to be many people in my community who are not happy with me supporting this. I must admit, I think a lot of those are because of the faith that is involved, whereas I have tried to keep out of that and just acknowledge it's a place of worship. If this was any other religion, and I don't think it'd be such a big problem, and that is real. But I hope through the changes I've put forward, there's an acceptance that it is mitigated in size and intensity down to a point where it will still look like a residential house. It will have a residential looking fence at the front. The landscaping will be maintained, and the small reduction in numbers and hours will go a long way to addressing some of those rural amenity concerns on these large blocks. Respectfully would request committee members to support the change recommendation. Speaker against the motion? Question, Councillor Young.
Question through you to officers, please. Based on the total patronage of 40, what would the city plan require in car parking, please?
I'd have to come back to you on the calculations for that one and speak to our transport assessment officers, but obviously there would be a reduction in the car parking requirement, and it would still achieve compliance with the transport code.
Thank you.
Councillor Curtis, question.
Yes, please. I was just interested in the officers' process of assessing this, because I think Councillor Hamill's raised some points for me that about the early start and the load on the rural residential roads at that time in the morning versus your application, like your assessment of this as a place of worship. And I appreciate that it probably wouldn't function for the intended purpose if it didn't have that early start. But if it wasn't for that faith requirement, if this was a different application, would that 4:30 or that 4:15 start time be of a greater concern to you as you appraise it? I'm trying to grapple with like what is accessible under the city plan versus the actual impacts versus where the decision should lie. I hope I articulate.
I think I've got the gist of it, but yeah, through the assessment process, we did approach assessment of this place of worship without the considerations of what the religious denomination was, and we approached it for how we would address a place of worship for any denomination, and considering those amenity impacts. Originally, they wanted to have 80 attendees at the site. However, they worked with us in response to submissions to reduce that down to 50, and we considered that in the event that there was the maximum number of patrons on the site at that time of the day, that the controls that were in place appropriately mitigated potential amenity impacts to the surrounding residents.
Thank you, that was helpful.
Speaker against the motion, Councillor Gates.
Thanks, Chair. This one's a really sensitive one, and I totally understand, but if the opportunity arises, I'll be supporting Councillor Young's foreshadowed motion, because it's been pointed out that there's no residential properties that most people will drive past when they're accessing this site, so the 4:30 a.m. start should not be an inconvenience now that there's going to be the 32 parks at the rear of the property. 32 car parks is 12 above the city plan requirement. So I guess we can all assume that there'll be couples who attend together, and that should be adequate to keep all of the cars off the street. It's interesting that this application has come about on the basis of one complaint. So I can't accept that there has been a great inconvenience to the residents of that area if there has only been one complaint. The site is 5,000 square metres, so there really shouldn't be any great impact. The visual appearance doesn't change in any way. There's only improvements that I can see, and if you put aside the faith and just look at this as a place of worship with 9 others approved in rural residential areas already, one can't help but think that it would be exceptional not to support this one. We've also been counselled fairly strongly in recent committees about putting council at risk of appeal where there's no clear reason for a change or a refusal. So, I mean, we need to be consistent. If that is a real thing that we should be considering, then I can't see that, given the status of all the other places of worship in the same zone, that this should be exceptional. So for that reason, I'll not be supporting the recommendation, change recommendation.
Speaker for the motion. Question?
Well, no, Chair, I'm sort of, yes, I will speak for. I guess this one's a tricky one, and I'm trying not to get caught up in the type, the group. But in reading this myself, I noticed the hours, and I am concerned about the 415 and the car doors and the volume. Given it is rural residential, I say that reluctantly. I'd still be keen to see a list of other, if officers could provide it, a list of other places of worship in rural residential and those hours, because I want to make sure that I'm not, singling out any one group. But if I try and separate myself from any type of faith, then I do really feel for residents at that early hours. So I will support the change. I didn't so much have a problem with the 50 packs, but I did think 4:30 start was too early, so I'll support your 6 a.m.
Speaker against the motion? In that case, I'll close debate. So can I just point out first, you will see traffic going past rural residential properties. So there is 4 rural res zone properties on the other side of the road from this that these cars will go past. So you will have an impact on those 4 properties, definitely. If they come in from the other way from Vaughan Drive is unknown, but just to be very clear, even if we assume they all turn in off Peachy Road near the existing neighbourhood centre, they go past 4 rural houses on the other side of the road. I definitely have no issue with the faith side of it. It doesn't concern me at all. It's a place of worship. It is very much the impact that comes from that. So if I step away, it looks like a normal house. I'm fine with that. A new fence, maintaining the landscaping, new VXOs, a footpath out the front, I'm fine with that. It is just the hours for me and the amount of people coming into it that I think it is a reasonable concern that the amount of on-street car parking that can come with this. I don't accept the argument, we're going to travel with 2 people in a car at a time. I don't accept that. I don't think it's a bad thing to have an oversupply of car parking at the rear of the property for this, and that reduction achieves that. But the hours side of it, this early in the morning, that many cars coming out of that VXO, and that's headlights on, especially in winter time, that is going to have an impact in that area on those residents. To me, it is reverse engineering strategic planning. So if this was another childcare centre proposed, I'd have no issue with it at all, because they'd be proposing the same hours as next door. There's an acceptance to that. I don't accept, if place of worship in this zone is definitely contemplated. place of worship where people are coming there at 4:15 in the morning for a 4:30 start, I don't accept. That is their choice in that faith, and they could have chosen somewhere in the city, which there is land where you can do this and have 24-hour use, where they've could have gone and done that. They've chosen to lodge on this site in this location. I don't believe this many cars coming in that early in the morning is a part of the amenity of these areas. And when I know there is other land they could have gone to, I don't see why we should have to accept that. There is one other location I'm aware of that has been approved for place of worship for this faith that's got that time with it. All the other ones that are mentioned are other faiths that don't have such early start times, and I'd have no issue with that. If the applicant appeals it, then possibly through that appeal there would be an ability to get into slightly more minutiae around what other mitigation factors could be put in place to address noise, because while I respect the acoustic reporting that references background noise from the highway, I will call that the black arts and accept that 40 sets of car doors closing at that time in the morning, I'll be surprised if there isn't something that comes from that. Headlights in amongst it too. If they want to appeal, that's their choice. I agree with the consistency part, which is why it is incredibly rare. In fact, the first one this term where I've brought something to committee and looked to make a change to it, because I am very, very consistent on this side of things. So I hope committee members can understand that it is not a request I make lightly to disagree with officers, but I do in this circumstance, and would like your support. And if the applicant appeals it, assuming what happens at full council, but if the applicant appeals it, that's their choice, but would seek your support to make these minor changes to address the community concerns raised with me in that area. Debate is closed. We'll take the vote. All those in favour? Division is called. In favour, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Martin, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor O'Neill. Against, Councillor Young, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Gates. The change recommendation is carried. Councillors, Alicia, does this next committee have to start, or can we keep going?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I believe gap is 1:30, so by 1:45, Jode, is it? 1:30 the committee starts, but you need to open it by 1:45? Oh, by 2,
That's
okay.
fine. We've clarified that. So, councillors, we will keep going on and get through this last item so that we don't have to kick anything else to full council. The last item of the day is 6.8, which is the new planning scheme program update. So obviously I know what's in the presentation. It's probably more of committee members want a brief presentation, or if you just want to go straight to questions. Pardon? Yeah, that's fine. We have time if we, yeah.
Okay.
Presentation it is.
Good morning, Chair and Councillors. This presentation is to support item 6.8, which is our monthly update on the new planning scheme program. Since the last update, we've continued to progress drafting and mapping aligned with the LGMS directions, alongside ongoing engagement with state agencies and our advisory and reference groups. We're also presenting the consolidated scope today and providing an update on the development of policy across the organisation. So following Council's and Principal's support of the LGMS directions in March, we are now in a position to present a consolidated scope for the new planning scheme. This was a structured discovery and scoping process which built upon the Section 25 review, which is the very start of the process. Confirmation of this scope will provide clarity and certainty to support the program as we move into the next stage of drafting and delivery, and it minimises the risk of changes later in the process. It's been a really comprehensive process. We started with over 400 issues and opportunities, and these were identified through a detailed review of city plan, development assessment feedback, appeals data, stakeholder workshops and state interests. These have been refined and consolidated to approximately 270 scoped items across 10 key themes. Alongside those broader themes, we're also undertaking a comprehensive code review, which includes consideration of new or updated provisions. For example, things like aged care facilities and student accommodation, which may respond to known gaps in the current scheme. Importantly, this does not lock council into policy decisions. Those will be coming back to you as policy positions are finalised. This is a really large and complex program, which I'm sure you're very aware of. And in terms of policy development, significant progress has been made across all areas. All policy areas have developed draft policy positions and are now moving through finalisation and stakeholder engagement. The areas identified as at risk or off track reflect the complexity of finalising policy and resolving interdependencies across the scheme. The more complex policy areas, such as our natural hazards or referable dams, have clear, tailored pathways to resolution and targeted actions underway to bring them back on track. We have a very intensive period of engagement over the coming weeks, which will be critical to resolving many of these outstanding policy matters, and we will continue to report monthly so Council has clear visibility as we move through this phase. One of the key challenges at this point is the relationship between policy finalisation and drafting, and delays in the policy positions do place pressure on drafting, mapping and the downstream phases. But we are actively managing this by continuing drafting in parallel where possible, prioritising critical policy decisions and strengthening coordination across work streams. The focus is very much on maintaining momentum while protecting drafting quality so that we deliver a robust and defensible scheme for state interest review. In closing, the report provides Council with a clear view of the program progress and the status of the policy areas and seeks endorsement of the scope to support the next phase of work. This is an important step. It provides certainty, reduces risks and supports timely delivery of the new planning scheme. Thank you, councillors. Happy to take any questions.
Questions for officers? Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Chair. Just in the resolution, it talks about endorsing 5.4 around the scope overview. And I'm just trying to understand why that's not a, noting an update. I'm just trying to understand what part are you seeking endorsement officially as part of 5.4?
So 5.4 includes the themes, the scope themes. So we've got 10 of those, and then the attachment 3, breaks down in a little bit more detail in that table what sits underneath each of those themes. So what we're looking for endorsement of is those themes and the detailed table.
Okay.
Just noting, sorry, Councillor, just noting that that doesn't mean that you're endorsing any of the policy positions which sit underneath those themes.
And so I'm just trying to clarify, because we've got table 1 being a policy area status summary. Those policy positions are not what's being endorsed. It is the themes that are sitting higher level.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay. Can I just ask a couple of things on, I have had some community come to me around, I guess, that next round of stakeholder engagement, and just noting prior reports, and I haven't been able to sort of compare the pair, but just there's going to be a deeper level of engagement on LGMS and new planning scheme. And I think there were some timelines that it was sort of almost we're meant to be in it right now. Just wondering if you could talk to, has any of that sort of community consultation been sort of delayed for any reason? Is there an update?
I can, through the chair, so that is underway at the moment. So I think a briefing note is either going out this week or very shortly, which outlines the division-specific engagement that's underway. So there's an awareness and education campaign, which will be very much led by the divisional councillors. There is a GC Have Your Say sort of temperature check, which is due to go out shortly as well. So that is all underway. I wish we had Carly from the engagement team, which could give you a bit more specific information, but the plan is in place, and I believe those initiatives are underway.
Okay. Can I just seek some reassurance? Because I think that previous paper said that would commence mid-March, and I think following last council meeting, but perhaps some things were, if it's sort of been delayed a few weeks, will that whole program shift? Like, we won't condense the consultation, we will push it back.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Trina at this time? Nothing. Nothing at all. Mover for the item? Councillor Young. Seconder, Councillor Martin. Councillor Young, wish to speak to it at all?
Very broadly, it's a significant body of work and we're progressing it strongly, and there's a strong will from Council to engage with the community and get a lot of input to drive the future aspirations for the city in the new plan. Thank you.
Speaker against the motion? If I could just contribute in the affirmative very quickly, while there have been a lot of big milestones over the last couple of years, this is another fairly significant one. The scope of what will be in the new planning scheme is fairly critical. As Trina outlined, there was the best part of 500 issues identified in the first place, and through the last couple of years, informed by LGMS, informed by the workshops we've been doing, very much informed by the community reference group and the industry reference group, we've been able to bring that list down to the 260 to know where we should concentrate resources and time through the statutory process of the new planning scheme. That means there are some things that will roll into amendments later on or work to be done later on, but what it's really done is focus the team on what are the critical things based on your feedback, the LGMS feedback and the reference group feedback of where to direct time and resources in the first part of the new planning scheme. So just to acknowledge Trina and her team, that I know that's been a big undertaking and there's been a lot of internal friction to understand what to bring things down to and what's in scope and what's out of scope. Now, the next step and the very exciting part of the process of getting into that work, which launches us closer to where Councillor Martin was getting to with consultation as well, because while the LGMS consultation has a program will continue, obviously the new planning scheme and the statutory consultation requirements that come with that start to commence, as well as the timing of those and how they work. So a lot of consultation, a lot of engagement to come, and as Trina said, very much divisionally focused and supporting you all with the tools you need to have those conversations while we continue to elevate above it and look at the whole of city issues as well. Councillor Young, wish to close? In that case, debate is closed. We'll take the vote. All those in favour? Against? The motion is carried unanimous. Councillors, I am not aware of any general business items, so I will close the meeting at 13:38.